Welcome. It's Friday, and we're doing a mix between feedback and just production stuff. Probably. I only have a couple of tracks in the feedback channel, so we'll see how much we will do in terms of feedback. I will go over the ones in the channel, but I also kind of want to just do some sound design while we're at it. So, welcome. Hope you're doing good on this Friday. I'm doing pretty good, except for that I just literally before the stream on my way to the supermarket got bitten by one of those annoying ass horse flies, and my leg hurts like a motherfucker. So god damn it. Anyways, I'm alright though. It'll be gone probably in a couple of hours. But yeah, that was annoying. They bite, and it hurts like it hurts like a bitch. Like it's absolutely annoying. Basically, like a really big ass fucking fly, and they bite you, and then they suck your blood. But oh my god, I forgot how painful these assholes are. Well, good for you. Never knew. Well, yeah. I hope you keep it that way. They're absolutely annoying, mate. We don't usually get them a lot here, but I was just walking to the supermarket and I feel this thing on my leg and I'm like, what the fuck is that? So I look and I see this big ass fly and I basically just squatted away and I put in a couple of more steps towards the supermarket and I'm like, holy shit. Oh my god. It's like your leg just feels like stiff in the spot where they bite you and it's like he almost got me in the what do you what do you call that area again? Not your knee, but the backside of your knee, like the where your knee bends. Like it's just below that, so it's absolutely annoying. And I was like also still on my way to the supermarket, so I had to walk back as well, limping back home. It's all right though. It's all right. I'm not allergic to these pesky assholes, so should be good. Yeah, they're absolutely annoying. Imagine being a farm animal and being, just demolished by them the entire day. Because that's usually where you'll see them a lot, right? You'll usually see them a lot around like farm animals, like horses, cows, basically animals that are standing outside. Like I remember going to like some farm a while ago when I was younger and just looking at the animals and they would just be like covered in these big ass flies. That's also, I guess, why they are called horse flies. But I guess this one thought that I was a farm animal. Anyways, let's do that. Okay, let me fix this real quick. Where do you want to be? There? A little lower? There? Yeah, that looks fine. No, no, no. It's like a fly, but then big. Basically, it's like a fly, but then like when you take like a regular house fly and then multiply the size by I don't know what, two and a half, something like that. Basically, it looks just like a regular fly, but then bigger. The green ones, I mean, depends, you know. Regular, like the normal, like, flies, you got them in, like, all kinds of different ones, right? Like, the green ones are usually the ones you see outside sitting on a big lump of shit. Houseflies are more like the black ones, you know? Sometimes they can be as big as a bumblebee. Yeah, exactly. They're basically just flies, but then much bigger. And their bites absolutely suck. Like my calf is just like red right now. At least it's not. It's at least not swollen. I put like an ice cube against it when I came home, and so it's all right. But still, it hurts pretty bad. Like their bites. I don't know what to compare it with. Maybe a sting of a wasp or something, something like that. Not that I got stung by a wasp recently, so I'm not entirely sure, but I'm working on the theme for millimeters. As you can see, if I play this, I've been working on this theme, and I also heard that there's a possibility that we will get back the minimize thing for this bar, which is good for millimeters. I kind of don't like every time I go over it that comes up. I would just love to be able to just minimize this down to here to like a little icon or something, because it kind of covers a lot of this and that, right? But I'm working on the theme. I'm kind of making two. So I've made this sort of like orange and purple kind of one. And then I'm also doing this second one, which is more like a gray. Like a gray one. I kind of still want to make the white a little bit darker though, I think. And those will go on Patreon soon. Kinda like this one. You like the gray? Yeah, they're both nice. I feel they're both kind of nice, but I kind of like this one. So yeah, I was making some drums before the stream, before we get into feedback. Just making some like kind of like minimal D&B style drums, I guess. And I kind of need to, well, I really want to learn better how to do the basis for this kind of stuff, you know? See if there's any, how many tracks do we have in the feedback channel now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's not that many. We can do a little bit of production first, and then we'll hop back to the feedback probably after that, and then maybe go back to production. We'll see. Kind of want to do a mix of both today. I really like those kind of drums. I think they're pretty nice. So I did come up with a little bit of a pattern that I think would work, or something along these lines. But let's just make a little sound for, let's see, let's just grab this. So usually I struggle pretty hard with these kind of sort of like basses and tracks. I usually just tend to make things way too complicated or way too big, I guess. So let's see. I really need to improve on that more minimal kind of sound. My issue with snares like these is I have no idea how to make them stand out in a mix. I mean, this snare in particular, it's kind of a interesting one, to be honest. Like I started it from just a serum patch, which was just made in serum, and I mean there's a shit ton of processing on this as well. Let's see. That's what it started as. And it's really just a sine wave right here to give it the fundamental. Layered it with 2 claps. Or a clap and a snare, I guess, in serum. And then some noise. And that's kind of what the starting point was. And then I had this, I felt like it needed a little bit of a low kind of thing underneath it. So I just found like another snare. And I just layered that under it. And then I felt like, it needs more of a clap on top. So, let me just turn these effects off for now. So I layered another clap in there. And then I started processing that. So we got some shifter because the snare, I kind of felt it wanted to be a different pitch. Also because I made the snare in E and then I believe I tuned the kick down to D sharp. Yeah, I made it in E and then I decided, it needs to be lower. So I made the kick drum lower. And then I was like, I'll shift the snare just down a little bit so it also sits in the same kind of place. So it just ended up being that. And then there's some EQ, of course. And some transient shaping to make it shorter. And then just boosting the level. And then this one, same kind of thing. I used the frequency shifted to kind of shift it where it wants to be and then just basically just EQ'd it so I only have the low part. It just makes it a little bit fuller. And then the clap. Again, frequency shifter. With some EQ. Doesn't even do that much, to be honest. And then there's this last little clap, because like this by itself is basically mono. Like there's a little bit of noise that is stereo, but most of it is mono. So I was like, I wanted to have a little bit of a stereo layer. So I found this clap, which still is mono, by the way. As you can see. Shifted it up a little bit, and then I added this align delay, which just delays the right channel. Which adds width. Then a little utility to bring down the sides a little bit, because it became too wide. And then some EQ. So that adds like a little bit of width to it. Kind of fills it out as well. And then for the group, we got some EQ. And then I'm shifting the whole thing up again for some reason. Don't know why, but kind of like that. Some soothe. Some spiff. Which really adds a bit of a transient. And then just decreasing the length a little bit. I really like making snares like that though. Like, it's a pretty cool process to just build like a snare out of multiple layers, because usually it kind of ends up sounding more interesting as well. Mixing, I have no problem. It's mainly I find them anemic. Okay. That's an interesting way to describe a drum sound. I mean, with these kind of more higher, well, it's kind of a snare that is kind of I guess um, sort of like a combination between what sounds more like a rim shot kind of snare and a clap, right? So because there's a lot of high frequencies, I do feel like it becomes really easy for these kind of snares to sound like too thin, if you get what I mean. Like if we take that lower layer out that I added at the end, you get that, and it sounds really thin if you listen to that in like the whole context of the drums. It just misses something, right? And it's just that little extra low layer. That really adds a lot, actually, even though it's very quiet. So it's usually stuff like that really helps. I guess maybe something we could do here as well is like maybe add a very subtle reverb, because I have no reverb on the drums here, but I'll probably get to that later. I do like neuro snares as well, but I definitely want to get better at the more like minimal D&B kind of stuff, because that's what I like a lot as well. Like when I listen to drum and bass, it's mostly, well, I do listen to a lot of other drum and bass as well, but the kind of stuff that I would listen to the most is a lot more like the UK minimal kind of drum and bass stuff. That's usually what I really enjoy. But when I end up making it myself, I usually just am like, what? Why is that working? Now maybe let's see. I think a lot of it is probably just gonna be sine waves, right? Like I most of the time end up struggling with the bass part of it, and I'll start adding like things that, well, don't really work too well. Let me just take this entire thing. And I feel like a lot of it is mostly just the bass part is not too complicated, but you can make it complicated, I guess. They are difficult to make, even though they sound simple. Yeah, exactly. That's also my point. Like usually when I start, it'll sound minimal-ish for a bit, and then as the whole thing progresses and I keep working on it, at some point I just have like it turns from like a minimal bass into something much heavier, and I don't know why that is, but that's kind of the thing that I want to get better at, so that it doesn't do that. Let's see. Let's just let's just add some stuff here. I do like these wavetails here, they're pretty interesting. Yeah, similar is a good example. There's a ton of good drum and bass producers in the more minimal kind of stuff. Like Wings make some really cool stuff as well. Like a lot of the people on Overview, for instance, Critical Music as well, and I guess Sofa Sound is another good label for that kind of genre. Let's just add a little bit of distortion here. I mean, that kind of has a nice tone. Why don't we just modulate that as well? Let's do that here. Let's just send this to filter 2. And let's try messing with one of these. I mean, chorus definitely works a lot on this as well. And usually I would probably split this up into like a sub and a mid bass, I guess. Like this would be more like the mid bass kind of patch. Like that's also a cool thing to modulate. Maybe we'll set a macro to that. We add some chorus. I'm messing with some more. See what happens. We can also filter it again afterwards, so... Alright. What happens if we chuck an EQ in here? Kinda cool. Okay, what happens if we... Let me... I don't know what 50% would be on here, but let's just put that on here. What if we modulate that as well? Let's see if we add... No, not a compressor. Let's try a little bit of you. Oh wait, maybe... What happens if we do a delay? And let's go to here. Link these for now. Try convolution reverb. Short, maybe? Christ. I mean, that kind of works. I would probably have maybe a different one on the first hit, or just have like a variation of this one on the first hit, but that kind of works. I guess we can. And let me also add the groove to here. Also, should I switch back to the full height browser so you can actually see everything? Probably better with a stream, so you can see what I'm doing here. I'm just adding this groove, my own groove template, so that I guess on these it's not really doing anything, but I'm using it on the drums as well. So some of the drum bits, like this kick drum here, that hits not on the 8th note but on the 16th note, is kind of shifted to the right ever so slightly. Let's see, maybe we'll do a little bit of pitch movement on this thing. See what happens if we do that. It's gonna be subtle anyway, but... okay, that kind of works. The sub is kind of ass. I can see it as well, but that's fine. We can replace that. I do kind of feel like I want to have another bit in the drums here. A little bit of shuffle. I have this ghost hit track, but I didn't really like it, so I turned it off. I feel like I want to have a bit of shuffle here in the second half, so that we get just... and then a little sort of like shuffle bit here between the snares, the two snares. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. But something there, you know? It is, huh? Like, I feel like this sound could work pretty well for the first beat. Maybe a little bit of noise here as well. Something subtle. We could also use this one. What if we... He actually sent me a message on Discord, but I ignored it. He sent a message being like, I'll stop doing everything, so I'm sorry, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, yeah, you should have thought about that sooner, mate. I'm sorry. I really can't be fucking bothered. Oh wait, should we add a little bit of a sub to this one? Let's just group this. And I guess we can just duplicate this one so it has the same modulation. And then we'll just turn this all off. And just turn the sub on. And then we'll just whack that on the sub. Okay, why does that sound like that? Ah, that's because. And then maybe we will curve that up a little bit. And then on that one we can put an EQ and just get the sub out of here. Thanks, Birga.
プルがドネーテッド5ユーロ。
Hey, why does it not display the messages anymore? Or was it just reading out the donation amount? No, it's fine, it's fine, don't worry. I appreciate that a lot, actually. I don't even hear much of a difference between that and that. Because I guess that same harmonic is already in the mid-range as well. Let me just chuck a bit of a saturator after this. Just so that it doesn't clip. I mean, that works as a first sound. How many things do we have in the feedback channel? One extra. Okay, so we still got plenty of time. Let me check out what happens if we... happens if we put a sync on here. We get some other cool tones. Not everything works, but some of them do. What was that? That was the length. Probably link those. Let me go in here, put that there. Let's go and open this one up as well. Click that. Let's call that length as well. And then we can map those to a macro knob here so that they're always linked. If I make this shorter, then the sub also gets shorter. Maybe a bit of reverb. Yeah, that's a good call. Let's group that. Make another chain because I don't want the dry to get quieter. You wanted reverb? Let's go and change this. I mean, that definitely works. Yo, Final Fix. Alles goed? Ja, toch? Except for the annoying pain in my leg right now. How is it looking? Oh, the redness has gone. Nice. Did people send tunes for tonight? Yeah, we do got a bunch of tunes, but I'm kind of gonna switch back and forth between feedback and working on a tune myself. We got how many tunes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, I'm not sure if we have 6 or 7. There's one of a linked to a website that I've never heard of. Hearthis.at. Not sure what that website is. If I can download it from that site. If not, then we have 6. But otherwise, we have 7. Well, I already talked about it at the start of the stream, but when I say horsefly, you probably know enough. Steekvlieg. Let me put some more of that stick thing against insect bites on it, because that seems to help. There we go. It's a virus. You can stream it. I mean, I'm asking for the tracks to be downloadable, so I'm not sure if it's possible to make it downloadable on that website. If it is, then do that, because I would like to bring the tracks into Ableton so I can actually see them through my analyzer, and if I need to, also do some EQ and stuff like that, just to kind of be able to give better feedback. How do you submit for feedback? Just type !feedback in the chat and you'll get the instructions. I haven't actually checked the new Noisia pack. I got the other 2 ones, but I haven't really checked the new one. Honestly, like I don't really need sample packs, you know? Like it's nice to have some extra samples, but like I got so many samples that I make myself, so at this point I really don't need another sample pack, if you get what I mean. So it's actually minimal DMB stuff and some feedback. Well, I mean, I guess depends on how many tracks are gonna come in after this, but so let's see what else can we try here. What happens if we let me go into Serum and or maybe after Serum, because I want to check out what happens if we put a shifter right here and shift this thing into a different frequency. See? Ooh. Okay, maybe we'll try that frequency shift in here. What happens if we grab you? I haven't messed with this thing at all. Okay, so that adds a lot of width. What is it doing? It's like it's going up and down. That's weird. Ah, yeah. Center has both channels going in opposite directions. Okay, so if I put that like that, it acts as a normal frequency shifter. Okay. I kind of want a bit of an extra higher thing in here. Maybe we can do that here because we still have another oscillator. What if we grab... what if we grab a harmonic series and we just put that on here. Bring that down. Let me bring this down. Kind of works. Yeah, like I really don't need much of a extra sample pack, to be honest. I'll just make more samples myself. What happens if we do another bit of FM here?
Yo, we haven't
Yo.
done a feedback stream since forever. So I'm excited to show you my LOL.
You're what? But it didn't want to pronounce that word. Thanks, Angelite, for the $10. Yeah, we'll go into some feedback in a little bit. Yeah, we got a great voice for it. I had that voice in there for like ages. I do kind of like what that does. It's subtle, but it works. What did we name that voice again? Damn, it's been a while. Vanessa? The most Japanese name. I think it was Vanessa. Oh, if we boost the drive, we got some more mid-range. Which actually sounds pretty cool. Let me put a macro on that as well. So I can bring that in if I want to. Macro 2. Lower. More harmonics. We'll call that drive. Some feeling error tonight. Some of that oil money.
Screw it, let's go, feeling, Arab tonight, haha.
Screw it though. Thanks a lot, Angelite. Do we have more tunes now? We do. Of course, Angelite has to disobey the rules, huh? Send in two tunes. I mean, maybe I'll be bribed by the donation. We'll do one first, and then if we've done all of them, we'll check out the other one. You know, I have the one track per person rule for making sure that everybody's track gets a chance to be played. You know, but we could always go and check out one of the other ones afterwards. Let me save this and let's just do some feedback. One moment. Let me do that. And let me open up the feedback. Template. And download the tracks. So let me check. I also want to bribe you. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot. Moment, I'm just quickly gonna grab the tracks.
I also want to bribe you 嬉し泣きの顔。
Let me check. This is gonna play, right? If I do this. Fucking SoundCloud. Can you turn the autoplay off on SoundCloud? Of course not. At least not that I see. Let's see. First track, Grainy Days. Your track is not downloadable. Please make it downloadable. Let's download that one. Let's go to the next one. That is straight from SoundCloud, from Discord, so we can download that as well. Tuck, let's download that. Okay, let me check. What is this site? I've never been on this site, except... okay, we can download from here as well. Good. Download that. Medic. Yes. Come on, Google Drive. Google Drive is always such an annoying website. It's slow and it's just doesn't always work. But there we go. Okay, for some reason this SoundCloud link from Angelite doesn't autoplay. Weird. Okay, download that one as well. And Grayscale. Grayscale, your track is also not downloadable. Please, oh no, wait, it is. I'm stupid. Okay, let's see if Rainy Days has changed it already. He hasn't. Not sure if he's here right now. Stupid autoplay. I'll leave that open so that... Yeah, SoundCloud is pretty dead. I agree. I also didn't really check much on SoundCloud, to be honest, in like a really long time. I guess it's not that, but it's like it's not what it used to be. At least I think. Okay, if there's more tracks coming in after this, let me actually just oh, there's one more. Let's grab that one as well. Download. Let me put a little message in so I know where we are. There we go. So I know if there's new tracks coming in. Oh yeah, definitely. The previous feedback stream also got copyright claimed. It's fine, but you know, it does happen. Oh, I probably should have put. I probably should have put the. I forgot to put that in the instructions, but a lot of the tracks are named in a way that I don't really know whose track is which. I'll be sure to not forget next time to put an instruction that you also need to put your artist name and preferably the tempo and the key of the track in the file name, because right now I've got a bunch of files that are just called jump.wave. Nice. Who's that? um. Anyways, let me check. Because for some reason they're also not in the order. Wait, I'm missing one track. Where is the... I think Adukan's track did not download. One moment. Oh, it's a Dropbox. I think I just looked over it. Let me grab that as well. Come on, Dropbox. Download. You can do it. Damn, Dropbox is slow. Okay, there we go. So that is gonna be the first one. Then we get this one. Just all of these and put them in. Wait, what? One of the tracks is not working. I don't know which one it is. Let me bring them in one by one. Then we got stringnet, then we got talk, okay. Grab stringnet. Oh, I guess those are in the right order. Wait, which one is it? Stringnet. Your track for some reason gives me an error. It doesn't want to import into Ableton. Why is that? Does it actually play? Unable to open track for playback. File is corrupted. Okay. Stringnet, I'm not sure. Maybe you should re-upload it. Doesn't seem to work. Okay, that one. Get that one. That one. Grayscale. Okay, there we go. All the tracks that work, we got them here. Oh, I forgot. Have I? Okay, no. Warping was not turned on. Good. Because Ableton likes to auto-warp samples sometimes. Go here. I guess we'll just start from the top. So Adukan. I think my track is indeed not D sharp. Ah. Normally the Discord likes to cut out the D sharp sometimes, but I guess it's the other way around for you. Okay, let's just have a listen to this one. Do I have... I think I had that and that. Okay, for some reason that has changed. Okay, there we go. I personally wasn't expecting the little switch. I probably should just play the entire track first, but I wasn't expecting the switch. Where was it? In the bass groove, which happened, or I guess I just wasn't expecting the pattern. The first part I think worked really well. I mean, it still works, but which part was it? Yeah, I guess this section. Because I guess the intro kind of... Maybe what you could do is leave that until later in the track and just stick to this kind of vibe first, but I don't know. For some reason this section kind of felt a little like I wasn't expecting that, which could be good as well, but I don't know. Let me just listen to the entire thing first. nice though. Think the health time necessarily works. I think it takes away from the energy too much, you know? I mean, overall, still pretty good though. Like, it's a pretty good direction. I do think I would do a bunch of changes though. Let's see. There's one thing I heard in the intro, which kind of, well, kind of annoyed me a little bit. Let me see if I can find where it is. Where is it? There. That stuttery kind of sound, right? First part sounds good, but then in the second, where it kind of switches to or changes to something, to a slightly different tone, that tone sounds really atonal. So like, or it sounds like it's the tone of it doesn't really work with what is going on behind it. Right here, when it changes there. Either maybe try out a different section. I believe it's like some granular thing. That section works. But that there just sounds like it's out of tune. Yeah, it's like there's some harmonics in it that just don't work with whatever's going on behind it. And yeah, if it's like a granular thing, you're probably using like some sample in a granular synth or something. Just try and pick a different section. Like here, it's a different thing, and that works. I think the drum fill can be brought up a little bit. Like, what you could do, like, I think the drum fill could have a little bit more high frequencies. And what you could do is just take, like, an OTT. I'm not sure if you're an Ableton, but if you're an Ableton, you can grab the multiband dynamics, the OTT preset, chuck it on the drum fill, and just, like... Let's do this. 1 moment. Let me get rid of this. Let's duplicate the track. Let's just do that. And let's get rid of it here. That's too much, of course. Let's bring the time up. There's also some noise behind it, so it's gonna bring that up now as well, but let's just turn these both on. I think that'll work a little bit better. I feel like it lacks a little bit of high frequencies, so maybe doing something like that to kind of bring that back. Just so it's a little bit brighter. And then maybe even like layer like a little crash in the background of the first beat or something. Like very subtly. Like right now there's still some noise, of course, that is sort of like decaying down as the first section hits, but I feel like either like some kind of a little extra sample with some high end on the first kick would work to give that a little bit more emphasis. Yeah, and then this switch. I would save this until later in the track. Like right now, because this thing kind of comes back in the second half as well, or in like, I guess the second 16. I believe it also comes back in the second drop, but the second drop is kind of half time, which I don't really like. I don't think it works. But if you take it out of the first drop and really focus more on the vibe that you've got going in the first, so like, what is that, 8 bars, 4 bars? 4 bars. Like, you can basically just go back into this thing right after here, and then maybe have like a sort of like a different kind of second half as opposed to what you're doing here. But you can kind of just do that and then do something different than this section, but and then maybe have the melody kind of thing just slightly different, or just have like a little tiny bit of variation, because right now, of course, I'm just duplicating the same part. And then, like I said, maybe just have like a different end than what you're doing here, or just a variation on this again. And then save this for in the second drop. And then not do the halftime thing in the second drop, so that you know, have like already a variation on the first drop. I think this is a good thing to do, but I do think it comes in too sort of like abrupt in this section. Like, heck, you could... That breeze is definitely nice, so you could use that as like a variation as well in the at the end of this here. So that part you could still leave here, and then just have. I'm not sure if this will work. What if we do that? You know, something like that would already sound pretty cool. Obviously, you want to probably change the granular bit here so that it has a little bit of a different thing happening than in the first half, but... Then this section, what I would do here This jumped into mind when I heard it the first time already. What I would do here is change the snare. I would change it out for maybe something that is more like a snap or a clap or something that is shorter and just a bit more, I guess, just tighter as opposed to this bigger snare. Because you're going more melodic here, or at least you're going sort of like bring things down a bit, and you get the more like low pass kind of bass. So having like some kind of a drum sound, like, let's see, yeah, something like a snap kind of thing would work, or like just a clap with like an interesting tone. I also think maybe now I didn't hear that the first time, but that, what is it, that hat or kind of percussion element that just hits on the 16th notes, it feels pretty static. Maybe either switch it out or layer it with like something that has a bit more groove, like let's see. Sure, is this actually? Yeah, it's right on the beat. Okay, good. Like maybe even something like that. Oh yeah, gotta turn it on, otherwise we don't hear it. See, something that has a bit more of an interesting shuffle, because you can really hear that it's the same sound just being re-triggered on every 16th note. Like it's basically just doing that, right? And you can kind of hear that as well, as opposed to something with a bit more, or like a couple of different like hits together. Like maybe there's a little variation in between the hits, but it's very subtle then. This all works. I do like the melodic kind of stuff in here. The melodic stuff is pretty good. And yeah, then for the second drop, I would just really just go back to drum and bass. If you do half time, which can work, but then the drums need to be different, in my opinion. And you also don't want to do the half time part too long. Right now, I believe it goes on until here. So it's like, what, 32 bars? Like, if you switch the half time in a drum and bass track, usually you want to do it for like 8 bars or 16 bars and then go straight back to drum and bass. That usually works the best, because then you still retain a bit of the energy. But I do feel like a lot of times with drum and bass tracks, if they switch to half time, it really loses the energy that the track has, unless it's really done well. Sometimes on like more heavier drum and bass tracks it can work, but I don't think this particular kind of drum and bass lends itself too well for a halftime section. Like if it's one of those really in-your-face tracks like Reaper makes, for instance, he does it quite often actually. But then the bass is really big, right? And he will have like a bass that kind of suits the halftime section still, and then still he does it for like what, 8 bars, and then goes straight back into drum and bass, so that he doesn't really lose the energy. And he usually also makes the halftime drums sound a bit more like, I guess, in what you would expect in like a bro step track or like a dubstep track, where it just has a longer snare, and it just is more like filled out with noise, so that the hits kind of fill out the track. Because right now it just doesn't work, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't think it works in this particular track. But yeah, do with that what you want. But if you do that, then I would probably switch it back to drum and bass here. And then in this section, maybe even already have like some kind of a sort of like a secondary sort of like build going on, so that when you so that you kind of you don't lose too much energy. And then well, yeah, the drums here would definitely need to change if you want to do halftime. And then, like I said, maybe build up already here and then go straight back to drum and bass. That could still work, but I would just scrap the halftime drums and just keep it drum and bass. If you take out the little glitchy section from the first drop, then you can use that in the second drop and have a variation on the first drop already. So yeah, that's what I would do. Nice track though. Let's move on. We got Taylor V. Yeah, interesting arrangement choice to go for like the 6-bar kind of sections. Like honestly, I don't mind that. Like I don't mind it. I think there is definitely a place for experimenting with like stuff like that. Like a lot of not just drum and bass, like a lot of electronic music is so defined to, or so contained within that 4x4 kind of groove, right? I love it when people either go like with, because this is still 4/4, right? This is not like a weird time signature. It's just that the length of the sections is like 6 bars, or yeah, I guess 6 bars. I think that can still work. It does make it harder to mix though, of course. It makes it harder to mix in like a DJ set, so you probably want to keep that in mind. But I do appreciate when people try and experiment with that. Overall, I think the track is quite loud, and I don't think it's doing the track justice at this point. So that could be because of a couple of reasons. It could be because the track is just pushed too loud, and you should just tone down whatever is happening on the master. Or it's just more likely probably a problem of the mix itself. I think the mix itself can definitely be improved. So I do like the sort of like the vibe with the vocal. I think that's a pretty good, interesting vibe. Like maybe here percussion wise, there's the claps are a little bit odd for my, or like maybe not the claps, but there's some other percussion hits in between happening that feel slightly odd to me in terms of where they are, but yeah, there's like another clap layer happening in there that maybe either take it out or change the rhythm of it, but I guess it's that part that we can hear here as well. It does give it a bit more of the tribal kind of vibe though, so maybe not take it out, or just, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure on that section, but yeah, main issue here I think is the snare, to be quite honest. Snare feels pretty long. And because it's also been absolutely smashed, the snare kind of loses impact, if you get what I mean. It just needs to be tighter, I think, and less pushed in terms of the level on the master, or whatever you're doing. Like, could also be that you're doing that on the drums group as well. But like, it just needs it just needs to be tightened up a little bit. So maybe if you tone down the limiting or clipping or whatever you're using, and then work with like, I guess a transient shaper could work. Like right now, it's hard to judge how much of an actual transient it has, or how good the transient sounds without the loudness, if you get what I mean. But I think I would start working with like a transient shaper or something to see if you can improve it a little bit. Also, I'm not a big fan of the main bass here. I think some of the bass fills are really good. I just am not a big fan of the main bass that sort of like goes through here, the entire section. It feels a little, I don't know, I would maybe try out a different bass or process the one that you have to feel like it is more processed. So it gets like a different kind of tone. Because right now I'm not entirely sure if I like the one. Well, I'm pretty sure I don't really like the one, but it has a bit of that old school massive kind of sound, like the massive synth, if you get what I mean. That synth was really well capable of making these kind of basses, and I usually wasn't a big fan of those kind of ones. Like maybe even just replacing it with like an 8 no or an 808 like sub bass with like a slight mid-range frequency on top, or like a mid-range layer on top, would work pretty well, because then you can still do the same kind of rhythm, the same kind of pattern, but focus more on like the sub in it, so that it sounds bigger. Because right now that bass is just, it feels a bit like I'm going back in time to the early Native Instruments massive synth days. I mean, it's mostly just a personal preference, though. Like, I know there's people that used to make basses like that and absolutely love them. It's a personal kind of thing. I don't usually like those kind of basses, so I do think the rhythm of it is good, though. So, like I said, I would probably change it out for like an 808 kind of bass, something like that. One thing I want to check, though, real quick. Let's see. Let's hear this in mono. Still very good. Like, I do like those extra basses coming in at the end of the phrase. Like that one. This clap, it feels a little low in terms of the frequencies. Maybe like something that a clap that sits a little bit higher would be nice. And again, it feels like it could be tighter in terms of like the length of the drums, but that's the kind of thing that was the case for the snare as well. Like drum and bass, usually the drums are really short and snappy, really tight, and that actually most of the time works very well. This clap, like, it feels a little, what is the best way to describe it? Like, maybe even if you just take this clap and pitch it up a couple of semitones. But yeah, overall, I think what you really want to work on right now is the mix, first of all. Right now it just feels too pushed on the loudness, which kind of takes away from the track. And if you tone that down a little bit, then you can hear better as well what the track needs to sound better. one other final thing that I would not do when we look at the waveform. I see this on other tracks quite often, but I am not a big fan of it. This. So what you're doing here, most likely, is you're automating the volume, which you're doing during the build, right? I think you're doing it somewhere here as well, yeah. So during the build, you're automating the volume, which I know why you're doing it. It is because you want the impact of the drop to sound bigger. And you can do this, but there is a way how to do it, in my opinion, that, well, I'm not a fan of when I see this in the waveform. So I can see the volume automation happening in the waveform. I'm not a big fan of that. What you could do, though, and how I would do it, if I want to automate the volume to make a drop sound bigger, is do the volume automation before your mastering chain. So what you're doing is you're not changing the overall volume, but you're decreasing the level going into the mastering chain. And then the mastering chain will still even it out to like 0, so that so that you don't see this volume change happening in the actual waveform, but it will still feel as if the drop hits bigger, because you're still doing the volume automation, but it's then basically just when the volume goes down leading into the mastering chain, it will just tone down whatever the master is doing. So if you have like a limiter or a clipper on the master, it will just tone that down a little bit and sound less clipped or less limited. And then when the drop hits, it will still feel bigger, but you won't see this sort of like automation in the waveform, like you can see right here. And I see it on other tracks as well, but usually I would do that before the master, so that it doesn't show up like this. Still though, some pretty good stuff in this tune. I like the tribal kind of feel. Again, the 6-bar sections, some people might like it, some people don't. I don't mind it, personally. I don't think it sounds necessarily strange in this context. But you have to keep in mind that it would make the track harder to mix. So that is a little thing you have to be aware of. Also cut a little bit of low end going into the drop. Yeah, exactly. Like if you combine that with like some high passing leading up to the end of the build, that usually works really well. Like, or just high pass and maybe a little bit of low pass depending on what the track wants. Just in general, a bit of filtering is usually what I would do at the end of a build. It's all about like decreasing the frequencies a little bit so that whatever comes after it hits bigger. Usually taking out the sub works best though. I agree. Sometimes other things that you can do is add like a subtle bit of reverb as well, so it kind of washes everything out a little bit leading into the drop, and then when the drop hits you take that all off again. And most often the best thing is to just have a combination of several of those things. Maybe a subtle volume automation before the mastering chain, combined with some filtering and maybe a little bit of reverb, and that just building up towards the end of the build and then bringing it all back to the default values when the drop hits. It's basically the whole like what was it, that plugin that absolutely got overused at some point, Endless Smile. Like, you're kind of doing that, but you're doing it manually, right? Like, the Endless Smile plugin, like, I know a lot of people use it, but I don't normally advise using it. I would just do it myself, because all it is, it's really just that, right? It just changes some parameters to kind of take out some weight, and then when you take it down again, it just sounds bigger. Anyway, still nice vibe though. Like I said, work on the mix, and if you do improve that, then send it again in the next feedback stream, because I would love to hear what this evolves into. Yeah, good one. Endless Smile. I believe it was a plugin by the same developers of Sausage Fattener. a lot of people ended up using that plugin at some point, and it got to the point where, well, the whole sort of like thing that it does is good, like it's very usable, but that plugin has a really distinctive sound, and when you've heard it a couple of times, you're gonna start recognizing it in other tracks as well when people use it. While it's not really that difficult to do what that plugin does by just combining a couple of effects in your DAW, you know? Transit 2, yeah, is possible, capable of doing the same thing, but in Transit 2 you have more control. So that one I think is fine, because you just have more control over all the individual elements. Because like Transit 2, that's the plugin by Andrew Wong, right? Or at least the one that he had like a say in as well. Wasn't it by Baby Audio? I'm not entirely sure, but like what those plugins do, a lot of that you could do in your DAW already. Like it just those plugins might make the process a little bit quicker, but you can do the same thing with just the stock plugins in your DAW if you know what they're doing, you know? But yeah, Transit 2, it's fine, like I said, because you still have a lot more control. In Endless Smile, it's like you just get one big knob and a couple of different presets that you can choose from, and the presets just change the chain of effects that are working under the hood, and then the big knob is just going from like no processing to like fully on, and then you just automate that during your build up and then bring it back down when the drop hits. And then you just choose a preset of whatever kind of chain you like. And those have been so overused at this point that, and like I said, they also have a pretty characteristic sound to them that when you've heard them a couple of times, you start noticing it in other tracks as well. And you have no control over like the actual chain itself. So not oil money.
Not oil money, it's music money LOL.
I mean, good for you though. Good for you. They are time savers, which is kind of dumb. I think transitions are really important in music, and you can make transitions really simple, but you can also get really creative at them. And I like it when people spend more times on the transitions in their track, as opposed to just grabbing like there's like racks for it as well, which are like just usually people would call them wash out racks or something like that. You can make those things yourself. Like I said, it's just a combination of different effects, and being creative with that is a fun thing to do, in my opinion. Anyways, let's move on to the next one. We got Void with BRKR. What is that? Brukr. Let's see. Wait, did I skip a track? Where's the... One moment. Did we already listen to this one? I don't think we did. I'm sorry. I think I removed your track. Yeah, my bad. My bad. Sorry. Whose track was that? Bites. I'm sorry. I just I thought I was removing the track that we had just listened to. Void, you're gonna have to wait one little bit longer. This track is first. God damn it, that stupid fucking fly bite. Weird vibe here. You know what that sound reminds me of? What the sound when you take an aluminium plate and you just wiggle it. You know that sound. That. I know that sounds really well because we have those plates at work. And I always gotta wiggle it when I got one in my hands. I just can't help it, you know? Interesting vibe though. I like the piano. Yeah, this definitely has potential. I boosted the gain a little bit because I feel like it needed that. But The one thing I am kind of concerned about a little bit is how wide the basses are. In some sections you can see that there's actually more bass in the sides than in the mid channel, so I wonder what this would sound like in mono. Okay, here we have almost no bass when this section hits. Let me go to a section where... Such a weird sound. Feel like it's mostly here. Yeah. Bass is also pretty low in some of these areas. Probably has to do with the key. Doesn't really matter too much for this kind of stuff, but you can hear, like when we summit the mono, the bass gets a lot quieter, and that is because there's a lot more information in the sides in the bass channel. Like sometimes a bit of width on the sub can be nice, or a bit of width on the bass can be nice, but you don't want it to be too much. I actually like this snare. It's a weird one, but I kind of like it. Yo, Angelite, how are you actually liking the headphones now? After you've used them for a couple of days, or a week or something. What has it been? Yeah, when you let's see, issues with mixing drums with other instruments and well-balanced mid-side is in the stereo field. Intro is null, any feedback is welcome. All made with DT770. Okay. Yeah, the 770s are more like a lot of people often don't know the difference between open-backed and closed-backed headphones. I get that question quite often from people, actually, what they should pick. So the 770s are closed-back headphones, and closed-back headphones are basically made for a specific purpose, and that is recording. So the reason of that is because the headphones are closed, they don't... you don't really hear much of the sound outside of the headphones. So when somebody is wearing them, it all keeps the sound within. And that is preferable when you're going to be recording something with microphones. So if you have like a vocalist and you need to record her voice or his voice, you don't want the audio of the headphones to bleed into the microphone. So that's when you would opt for a closed back set of headphones. Also, when, I don't know, when you're recording like a live instrument player or something, you know, and he needs to hear the track in his ears, and you want to record his instrument. That's another moment I would, you would grab like closed back headphones. The downside of closed back headphones is that because they are closed and because of the way of how they're designed, they're less precise in terms of the actual sound. So you sacrifice like some of the precision or like the sound quality in a way. Then there's of course the open back headphones, which are the best for like production stuff and for like mixing. But then the downside of those is that they will bleed a lot into the environment around you when you're wearing them, so that when you're gonna be recording something on a mic, that will bleed into the microphone as well. So that's kind of the difference between closed and open-backed headphones. So with the Bayers, you actually have 3 options, which isn't the case for a lot of brands. You also have the 880s, which are kind of in between. So the 880s are semi-open, which means that they are sort of like in between closed and open-backed headphones, and it's kind of the best of both worlds, but still open-backed headphones would be better in terms of the sound quality and like the actual precision in terms of it being able to replicate exactly the sound that, or well, as good as possible the sound that is coming out of your DAW. So that's kind of the difference between those. I would definitely, for production stuff, I would definitely get myself a pair of open-backed headphones. Just sound-wise, it's gonna be better, especially when you want to judge like a mix down or something like that. Okay, good one. Good one, Void. I do like the vibe of this tune though. It's different, you know? I would definitely work on maybe toning down the width on the bass here, which can be done in a couple of ways. Either you make the patch more mono right from the starting point where you're making the bass, so if you're making it in a synth, just, like I'm not sure how this bass was made. Kind of sounds like a low-pass saw wave, but then probably with some unison on it, which creates the width. So in Serum, for instance, you could just go into the unison settings and decrease the width, but you're gonna have to be aware that it will also create like some phase cancellation when you do that. So like if we have unison here, you got the width here, so you can decrease that. Another thing that often works is just doing some mid-side EQ. So just taking out the sub in the sides and leaving it in the mids. Sometimes like when you're using unison for a bass and you then take out the sides, you will notice that the volume fluctuates quite a bit, and sometimes you want to compress it a little bit so it evens out that volume again. But the width in the bass is most of the time not gonna do too well for your track. Like, it can work, but it has to be subtle. So right now you can actually see it. If you look at it right here in millimeters, you can just see in the sides that in some sections the bass is more present in the sides than in the mid channel. In some areas the bass just is louder in the sides because this bottom part here is the sides and the top is the mids. And I guess we can see it here as well. If that orange bar dips below the center line, that basically means that it's mostly out of phase. And when you're gonna sum the whole thing to mono, that will disappear. So you can see how often the orange line down here moves into... Well, this section is better. But especially in this section here, you can see that how often that orange line dips below the center line. Every time it does that, the bass is sort of like going out of phase. And that will disappear when it's summed to mono. And it will often do that on higher frequencies as well if there's like a lot of reverb in a track. But that most of the time is fine. When the sub is starting to do that, that's usually a moment where I would definitely be checking out what it sounds in mono, and seeing if the bass still sounds full enough when it does that. Because usually you don't want the sub to go below the center line. The mid range and the higher frequencies, it's fine most of the time, as long as it's not, you know, just below that center line the entire time. This is basically a phase correlation meter, so it's the same thing as we have in Vision here. As opposed to in Vision here, it's kind of just doing it for the entire track, and this one is multi-band, so it shows you it per frequency band. But yeah, that's definitely something you want to be careful of. This visualizer, it's millimeters. can definitely get away with a little bit more loudness on the overall on the track as well. This section I really like though, where the piano comes in. So the one other thing, because the bass is really low in some sections, which probably has to do with the key and the chords that are happening, during those sections where the bass goes really low, it might also be nice to just do a couple of like little edits in the bass where it does like some quick octave jumps. So which would probably also work in this section actually, now I think about it, because you could get pretty funky with the groove of those like little octave jumps in the bass, and it would also make the bass more audible on like smaller systems, because that low bass is just not going to be audible on like most small speakers. So if somebody listens to it on his phone, for instance, they won't hear that, or like on some laptop speakers. But if there's like maybe some like little octave edits here and there where it just jumps up and then does like a little groove edit there, it would still sort of like be there, and be a little bit more audible in some sections. Yeah, exactly, Royal. Like I don't really care too much about like vinyl, because I don't really play vinyl. I don't have any vinyl. I don't have any vinyl records. But yeah, that is something that is true. If the phase correlation goes into the negative, it basically doesn't work with cutting to vinyl. So if you would ever want to have a track cut to vinyl, that is something that is really important, to make sure that it doesn't go into the negatives on the phase correlation. Still though, I really like the vibe of this track. Like the piano is nice. Yeah, work on the bass mostly, and maybe try squeezing out a little bit of loudness, because it definitely could be a little louder. But other than that, nice one. So now we go to Void. I'm sorry. Let's check this one out. Gotta say, I hate the non-coiled wire on the 900 Pro X. Yeah, I have the same problem. This wire, I'm not a big fan of it. But the I believe Bayer sells them themselves. I believe you can order them from Bayer, from their website. And I know like a lot of the audio stores here do sell them as well. But yeah, I'm definitely thinking about swapping it out as well. I had a couple of times where I didn't ran over it with my chair, but I had a couple of times where my foot grabbed the cable, and I was, standing up, and my foot grabbed the cable, and I almost pulled like my entire setup off my desk. So I'm not a big fan of the non-coiled cable either. The straight cable is gonna go, but I'm gonna have to order myself a new cable for this headphone. That's my only downside so far with it. backwards. Kind of like metal drum and bass. Interesting though. You played all the guitar parts. Well, big up to you then, because I have an acoustic guitar and I absolutely suck at it. So I think it's even missing a string right now. I also noticed just now I still have the clipper on. My bad. Or wait, was it? Yeah, it was on. My bad. So I might have pushed your track a little bit louder than it actually was. Let's play this section. I think that was the problem, that I had the clipper on. Oh no. Yes? Oh. I thought we were gonna get what do you call those sections in a metal track? I forgot. Breakdown, yeah, exactly. I always get confused. Nice though. I also get confused with the word breakdown in metal because in like drum and bass or electronic music in general, a breakdown is usually the section where everything quiets down and everything gets more relaxed. But in metal, a breakdown is the section where I guess it goes absolutely nuts. I'm not the biggest I'm not the best person to ask about like guitar processing and all that kind of stuff. Even though I do like metal, I do listen to metal, but I'm not somebody that produces that stuff, so that's usually not the best thing for me to talk about. To me, it sounds good though. Like in this section, in this track, it sounds good to me. So I guess that's all that matters. My tracks have two types of breakdowns. Yeah, exactly. Um, the one thing I did notice, or I guess it kind of depends on how you want to approach it. Um, some of the snares felt a little like they could punch a little bit harder. Um, like the one here, but that kind of depends on like I guess if you want to mix it more as a metal track or mix it more as a drum and bass track, right? Like if we compare the snare here to that section where it goes, that snare drum feels like it hits harder, right? As opposed to the one in the more like drum and bass like section. So, I guess with this kind of style of music, it kind of is like a metal tune, but it also kind of is more arranged and produced like a drum and bass track, right? So, I think, well, I'm kind of wondering what would be better. I think it would actually be better to mix it as if it is a drum and bass track or like an electronic music track, as opposed to mixing it as a metal track. Um, like I don't listen to a lot of tracks where these two genres are combined, but from my memory, I think the ones that I did hear that I liked a lot, the track was actually more mixed as like an electronic track as opposed to a metal track. So I guess I would approach it from that direction. It's the same snare, but in the fast parts I shorten it. Yeah, I think it could also just be a case of the fact that those areas have a lot more, a lot more stuff going on. You know, it's faster and the guitars are fuller, so it all sounds big. Well, it's more filled out in that section. So maybe just a bit of extra sidechain to make some room for those snares. Like I'm not sure. Sometimes you can actually see it in the waveform. Yeah. See how there's still that oscillation visible even when the snare hits, because the snare hits right there. See how you can still see that it's sort of like off center. That is because the sub is still playing there. So sometimes you can maybe sidechain just very short on the first transient of the snare and just duck a lot of other stuff away, which is very common to do in like electronic music, especially in drum and bass. But that does make room for that snare to come through more. Because I do think what is happening here is that because of the bass playing at the same time as the snare, it makes the snare feel less powerful. And when you're making room for it, and even when it's just really really short, like you don't want to often sidechain the entire duration of the snare, but just like the first section, so like where that transient part is, it will just make that come through the mix a lot better and will sound bigger because of it. Where's that other section? Yeah, see, so here you don't really have that problem because the sub isn't playing at the same time, or the bass isn't playing at the same time as the snare. See? So there, it has the room to come through the mix, whereas in that faster section it doesn't. And that's probably why it sounds less big on the snare. I do usually sidechain my snare to my sub. I hope you do it the other way around. I hope you do it the other way around. You sidechain the sub to the snare. But that's probably what you mean. I do like the vibe of this track though. I really enjoy this kind of stuff. Even though I don't listen to it a lot. But yes, okay. Maybe dark sounds good in my opinion. Like even this snare just right here just came through a little bit better. Or wait, this one. But yeah, you can also see that there's less sub happening right when that snare hits, so that's why it suddenly sounded a little bit punchier. For that one single snare. So yeah, I would definitely try out maybe doing a very quick sidechain on the snare, so that the sub maybe even just completely goes silent during the snare. Or at least for the first transient. That would probably help a lot. The only thing that usually bugs me with like these kind of tracks is that these kind of kick drums, is that I usually find that they sound too bright for like sections like this. I know that that is just because that's the way of how like rock and metal drums usually sound, or like the kicks. But I feel like for these kind of sections, what I would do at least, I would take some of the high end out of the kick, like in the build as well. But that's probably just my electronic music brain, you know, thinking like, oh, it's too clicky, too high end heavy in this section. I know that in the drops of like metal, or like at least in the fuller sections, it needs that, but my brain is just like, ooh, that kick drum is really clicky. But like when it first came in here, that was immediately what I thought. But I hadn't really noticed yet that it was gonna be like a metal-like track. But maybe just rolling off the high end would actually work. Like if you're really gonna mix it more as an electronic track, which I think would work pretty well for this kind of stuff, maybe that would be a good choice. Now one other thing, where was it? I guess the breakdown, the final section. Usually I am a really big fan of the breakdowns of metal tracks. I love it when it goes absolutely fucking ham on the final section. I think you could go heavier, could go bigger with that last section. Also, what is the tempo of this track? Is it in the title? No, it's not. Can we see? Like, I guess it's really close to what we are. I feel like I would extend this section just a tiny bit. Yeah, I think I would do another repetition of this sound. Just building up a little bit more. Maybe even do like a little drum fill at the end here to really build up that last section. And then I would love it if this final section was just even heavier, you know? Oh. Really lean into like that metal breakdown kind of vibe. Which it already does, but I don't know how to describe that. Like I don't know the terminology for like metal tracks and how people would call that kind of stuff, but also wouldn't really know an example track off the top of my head because I'm not that into metal. But I would love for that last section to feel absolutely disgusting, if you get what I mean. Yeah, I think it's just 172. From the looks of it. Close to it, at least. Yeah, let's see what happens if we... What happens if we do that? And it's also slightly off, I see. So let's do that. That would already make it hit harder, like maybe even, I don't know, there. Yeah. I would probably do something like that as well, yeah. Have like a little gap of silence before that last section. And yeah, I think I would maybe try going the full 4-bar section here. Like I actually said that the first thing I said is to have another repetition of this sound while it's building up, and then do that little bit of silence. I think my brain just feels like it needs that little extra section, but maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, I would love that last section to sound absolutely disgusting. That's the best way to describe it. I do like the end. I like that little extra bit at the end and then just going into that snare. That works. Yeah, nice one. Like I said, I'm probably not the best person to comment on a lot of this stuff, but I do really enjoy this, so... Yeah, Mick Gordon is amazing. Mick Gordon is amazing. Also, I need to piss, so I'm just gonna let you guys listen to this one more time while I'm taking a little bathroom break. And I'll be back after that. Why are we doing Doom type music? I mean, why not, you know? Why not? Yeah, I'll be back in just a little bit. One moment. We're back. Good point as well, right at the end of that first section. Okay. Busy was here, yeah, what was it, 2 weeks ago or something? Busy just suddenly came in with a random donation. I was like, what the hell? Why are you donating? He does that on other streams as well. Like, he just comes into Weaver streams every once in a while and then just donates and then he fucks off again. Okay, whatever. I believe it was when I was doing a video about, like, Neurobass, or a stream about Neurobass. I think we were making some Neurobass and then Busy just suddenly came in with a donation. I was like, what? Like I said it back then as well, like I'll gladly take his money, you know, but I think other people were also saying like, oh, he's doing that to promote himself. And I was like, you know, at least he's paying for the promotion. So Izzy was on this whole shtick again earlier this week about dolls sounding different from each other, and oh my god, the dude, he was on it again on Twitter. I was like, oh my god, mate, you're still on this fucking thing. He keeps making this argument that dolls don't sound the same, that dolls sound different from each other, and he was what was he saying again? I watched a little bit of it. He was making this whole argument that when he played the same couple of loops inside of two different DAWs. He was doing FL Studio and Logic, I believe. And he was just like, oh, Logic just sounds silkier and smooth, while FL Studio sounds worse. It sounds harsher. And I was like, dude, oh my god. Like, how many times have people tested this by now? That there isn't necessarily a difference into how a track sounds coming out of two different DAWs. Like, of course, depending on what you do, right? Like, it can sound different if you tell it to sound different, but the audio engines of a DAW don't color the sound, you know. But he keeps making that argument, and I'm like, if you're putting yourself out there as somebody who teaches, and then you make that argument, then, well, I'm sorry, but it just discredits your own, you know, like your own, I guess, image or your own credibility. Yeah, exactly. Ones and zeros stay the same. Exactly. It's just that, you know, the stock effects sure have their own sound, you know. Um, but actually, White Sea Studios did a good video on it recently where he tested it out. He actually did null testing between different DAWs, and he basically showed that there is no difference between the DAWs itself and the sound engine. But then I believe I had this discussion with Busy as well a while ago. Not the last, not the recent time when he made a whole video about it, but he did the same kind of thing months ago, and I had a whole discussion with him on Twitter. And he kept making the argument that sure, maybe the DAWs don't sound different, but it's the playback that sounds different. It's not the exported audio, but the playback. And I'm like, no, it isn't. like, that's like that's not the case, you know. They all DAWs work in 32-bit float at this point. I could even see I could even see the point that exported audio sounds slightly different because different DAWs have slightly different algorithms of how to deal with clipping, you know. So if you clip something on the master in Ableton, it might sound slightly different than when you clip something on the master in FL Studio and then export the audio, right? Because the clipping is maybe slightly different. Like some DAWs might be soft clipping, other DAWs might be hard clipping, other DAWs might be doing a mix somewhere in between where the curve is slightly different, and that could change the sound. But it's all so fucking minimal, you know? It's all so fucking subtle that it really doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't even matter. No, it doesn't, you know? Like, nobody listening to your track is going to be like, oh my god, he wished this. I wish he mixed this track in Logic instead of FL Studio. Like, nobody fucking cares. But it's a funny argument. But the White Sea Studio actually showed it pretty well. That, like, if you like Busy's whole like way of demonstrating it is also kind of flawed, you know. That's the whole point. His whole process of showing why there is a difference is flawed. He was making this difference that there was a difference between the sound of two DAWs, but then he was just showing something with like effects and like things on it that already make things sound different from each other. So it wasn't even a fair comparison. So yeah, the whole process was flawed. Like, his video was proving that DAWs sound different from each other, and then all he proved was that if you use effects that have like randomized modulation, like for instance a reverb or a chorus or any of those kind of effects, right? You get a different end result. Yeah, sure, but you would get a different end result if you export from the same DAW as well and compare it to an export from the same DAW that you did before that. So, like, nothing he proved was actually what he said he was proving, but that's beside the point. It was funny, though. it was funny, and I keep amazing that he keeps going on after that whole fucking thing. Because yeah, like I said, it does nothing else than just discredit his own credibility, which we could argue is already pretty low, but it only discredits it even further. So I guess it fits. This one, Feedback M11. Whose track is that? Whose track is that? Can I see it in here? I fucking hate this. When I'm streaming on Discord, it doesn't show me the username of all people. It'll just show me the first letter of the username and then 3 dots, and I'm like, come on, it's on my second screen. Nobody can see it. Well, whoever's track it is, let's have a little listen. Hey, actually, Ableton has been doing pretty good in like the last version. Like a lot of the updates in the newer Ableton, pretty good updates. So yeah, I believe it's a streamer mode setting as well, but maybe I can turn it off. It's annoying the fuck out of me. Oh wait, it literally says at the top of Discord, streamer mode is enabled with a disable button. Disable. Nice username. Meows. Nice username. Yeah, there's no point for me to have streamer mode because I'm literally having Discord on my second screen, so nobody can see it anyway. The one thing I want Ableton to do is add like a function so that you can add fades to multiple clips at once. That is one thing I fucking want them to implement. Like, most dolls have that. Why don't we? A little bit here, for sure. There's nothing there. It's just that's how it ends. Yeah, it really needs to stop. Like the vibe is nice, but it needs more bass. You can also see it. part is slightly better, but yeah, so this really needs a sub, either a separate sub underneath it or just more sub on the sounds in general. Let's see, I think this is 174. Yeah, it is. So like underneath this, like what would even work? I don't know what the key is. Is it B? That might also be a reason why the sub either feels too low or too high. In this case, it feels like there's a really high sub bass, but... Or is it C? Yeah, it's B. So... that would be really low, but could still work if you have plenty of stuff in the mid-range. I guess what this would want is just like... what should we do? Maybe a square? Eight notes. Filter. Opus 24 or something. Let's see. Like something underneath it like that. Like that's already too much, but... decrease this a little bit. And it doesn't need it on the first beat. Also, it's slightly... fix that. Probably because it's an MP3 file. MP3 files always have this little piece of silence at the start. It probably wants to come in there. But yeah, it definitely wants like an 8-note sort of like sub underneath it. That does something like that. It is really low. Yeah, it is really low. I think it's B. It's not E, right? I mean, actually, E still works. I do think it's B though, but... yeah, it is. You could indeed, for the sub, go to F sharp, because B is really low. And it's most of the time too low. It can still work if you have a track that kinda is built around it, and the bass has enough like stuff going on in like around this B. Like if it has a good harmonic there and then the sub there, it can still work, but it's really difficult to pull off. Sometimes it can work though if you have the sub or the bass. Like if your track is in B and the bass is too low, what can work is indeed going to F sharp for the bass. So going to F sharp, because F sharp would be the fifth of B, right? So that usually works pretty well. Probably doesn't work in this case because the bass is already playing a B. still works, kinda. See, that B is just way too low for this kind of thing. So this would still work, but what I would do in that case is probably just do the entire bass in the key of F sharp and have like the elements on top of the bass, so like still in the same place. So like everything is following the key of B, but then the bass underneath the whatever mid-range elements you have can go to F sharp, for instance. Yeah, it really lacks a lot of bass. But like if we have, okay, so let's see. If we put in the bass in F sharp like that, I'm just quickly gonna check out what happens. So if we have, let's quickly make something in B. Let's just make a little... like that would already even show it, but let's give this a little bit of movement as well. Just so we have something sort of like doing a thing in B, in this case B minor. That could be major as well, depending on what you want, but let's just do that so that it's not gonna change every time. So let's say you have something like that, which is in B, right? And then maybe there's like the bass. So we have that. Let's maybe add something to it. Let's do... give this some voices maybe. We'll just take out the sub from this one so it's not going to interfere with this one. We could even switch this just to a sine wave. And let's run that through here as well. Maybe we'll decrease that a little bit so it doesn't get too wide. Then we can increase that. Maybe some noise on top, just for good measure. Let's use this one so we have the built-in filter. Let's just, I don't know. That, let's maybe, what has sounds, if we just add a bit of distortion here. Doesn't even need that, but whatever. So that would still work underneath this. And this obviously sounds really basic, but that would still work, even though the bass is playing an F sharp. Maybe give this a bit of... See, that would still work just fine. Like that would sound really low. But that works perfectly fine, even though the chord is B minor. And that is because in a B minor chord, you've got the fifth, which is F sharp. And usually the root and the fifth are the two notes that work the best in the bass. Sometimes, some tracks you can even go with the third in the bass. would probably sound a little odd on this, but kinda still works as well. See? So if there's like an underlying chord progression, you can play around with what note of that chord is actually in the bass and playing the bass. So third sounds a little weird sometimes, but usually root and fifth is the best. Like that works perfectly fine. And that is also how I would make a track in B minor or in B major still work in electronic music. Like if you, let's say what would be a nice progression here, going to the 4. And then that is where it goes to the 4, so we could go, I guess we could put the third in the bass there. See, so the bass there is playing the 5th and the 3rd of the 2nd chord, but it still works just fine. And this would be E, so you could also say go there. See? So that is how you can make a track in a key that is sort of like not considered as good for electronic music, still work just fine. And it's actually something that I advise people to try out, because there's too little people that dare to go out of that range that people normally say is good for electronic music. Like, there's so many tracks in drum and bass, in dubstep, in basically any bass music genres. There's so many tracks that sit around the D sharp to F sharp range, that kind of range. And a lot of people don't dare to go outside of it because, oh, the sub doesn't sound powerful enough when you go to a key of like B or C or A or something like that. Like in A, it might be, oh, the bass is too high pitched. Well, it doesn't have to be. Like, again, if we're in A, sure, the bass might sound too high if it's here. I mean, you could argue it still works if it is for maybe a short section. But it could also go to E there. And then you're well within that range of where the track, where the sub sounds powerful enough, right? So you could even do funny little things like... See? So I really like it when people go outside of that range and just try it out. Try to not write in F Phrygian. I mean, I'm a sucker for Phrygian as well. I love the sound of Phrygian. Phrygian dominant in particular, but or even a combination of regular Phrygian and Phrygian dominant. I've been messing with with Ukrainian minor recently, which is another name for what was it? Dorian sharp 4, I believe. Or was it Dorian sharp 2? No, I think it was Dorian sharp 4. Yeah, Dorian sharp 4. I've been messing with that lately. It sounds really cool. It's another one of those. I love playing with interesting scales, but yeah, this thing I do like the vibe of it. It's it could go into a pretty dance floor drum and bass kind of vibe, which is not really my favorite type of drum and bass, but when done right, it sounds fine. When done right, I can still listen to it. It's not as bad as, well, I was gonna say it's not as bad as jump up drum and bass, but there are actually jump up producers these days that I can listen to. It's not as bad anymore as it was back in the day. Like back in the day, I absolutely despised jump up drum and bass, but there are jump up producers these days that actually push sound design and actually do interesting things with sound design, and then I'm fine with it, actually, funny enough. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that Ukrainian minor scale. It sounds so cool. Like, if we piano. What was it again? So that's still quiet as fuck. What was it again? That's regular Dorian. But then you make the fourth note sharp. So in this case, I'm playing C sharp minor, or then C sharp Dorian, I guess. And you get that. And it's kind of it's a mode from the Phrygian scale, actually. It's a mode from Phrygian dominant. Or, no, not from Phrygian dominant. It's a mode from the harmonic minor scale, which Phrygian dominant is also a mode of. So it has a similar sound, but because it starts on a different note, it has a different interval structure. And I've been messing with it a lot lately, and I kind of like the sound of it. Maybe I should try writing a tune in it someday. A mid-easterny vibe. Yeah, it's because harmonic minor tends to have that kind of sound, right? Harmonic minor usually, a lot of times in music, harmonic minor is associated with the more Middle Eastern kind of sounding stuff, which isn't true necessarily. Like, there's a lot of Middle Eastern scales, and only a few of them align closely to harmonic minor. But there's also a lot of them that just sound completely different. You know, in Middle Eastern music, there's a lot of use of like things like quarter tones as well. Like in most Western music, you don't have that. You just have whole notes and semitones, right? Half notes. But in Middle Eastern music, there's also a lot of quarter tones or even like microtonal stuff. So, yeah, there is a lot of skills in Middle Eastern music. Same thing with like Chinese and Japanese music as well. There's a lot of skills there that do similar things too. That will use like microtonal things or just things that are tuned slightly different from what we're used to in like Western music. But harmonic minor and the modes of harmonic minor are usually associated with well, when you hear or when you search on YouTube for like Middle Eastern cinematic music or something along those lines, I can guarantee you they're either gonna play harmonic minor or Phrygian dominant. It's just that's the sound that everybody will gravitate to. Same thing if you're watching a movie like a movie and there is a scene that needs a Middle Eastern sound, Phrygian dominant is usually the first thing that the composer will use. It's been so overused at this point. Yeah, it's exactly like harmonic minor Phrygian dominant immediately gives camel and desert vibes. Yes. Even though there's so many different types of like skills in, I actually have a couple of plugins that do have a bunch of those skills in them. I believe one of those libraries from Native Instruments for Contact has like a bunch of those skills in it. I wouldn't know a lot of them from the top of my head, but let's see, where was it? I believe this one. Yeah, here, this one has like a bunch of skills already in it. So Hijaz is kind of basically Phrygian dominant. It's at least really close to it. But I believe even here, you can see that there are subtle differences. Yeah, see, there's like slight detuning on some of the notes. 8 cents, 2 cents up, 2 cents down, 18 cents down. So it's not exact, and this might even be different depending on the different regions in the Middle East as well. I assume, at least. Like, I know for like a lot of places in the world that even the skills that they will have might sound different per region, because it's just how people have done things. But it's interesting though. Like, when film music especially, like, of course there's exceptions. There's people that do tend to look more into the sort of like music theory of the regions and be like, oh, there's also other things we could do. But so many composers will just go for like the straightforward kind of thing, you know, and be like, okay, we need a bit of a Middle Eastern sound. Okay, let's just go Phrygian dominant and call it a day. I don't know the key either. It's F sharp with chorus 5. Well, depending on, well, that could be anything. But if the chorus values are in semitones, then if you go up from F sharp and you go up 5 semitones, you end up on B. So it's probably going in semitones. So if you were in F sharp, or at least you had the MIDI note in F sharp, but then the chorus value at 5, and that indeed goes in semitones, you would actually end up on B. So that would make sense. Yeah, I love looking into like traditional scales of like any kind of region, you know, not necessarily just the Middle East, but like I said, I'm more, I know more about Japanese scales because I've used, or I looked a lot into them when I was doing the City Skylines videos and I needed to make music for those. I looked a lot into it, and like there's also a lot of skills that will have sort of like a corresponding Western scale, or at least one that sounds really close. Like, for instance, with Middle Eastern music, you've got Hijaz, which sounds really close to Phrygian dominant, and you can kind of substitute it. And the same thing goes for like Japanese scales as well, because there's like Japanese scales that will basically, a lot of Japanese scales do only have 5 notes, for instance, so a lot of them are pentatonic. Um, but when you say that, like, there's of course the regular pentatonic scale, right? And that is indeed one of the Japanese scales as well. But there's a lot of different Japanese scales, or a lot of different combinations of 5 notes within a scale that you can make that will also still be a pentatonic scale, but they're nowhere used in Western music. And it's really fun to explore those kind of things. Anyway, should we check out another one? So this should be one from Medic, right? Or not? Or Medic, Angelite. Am I wrong? Yes, this is one from Angelite. Do we have any more tracks? Oh, there's one more track. Let me uh oh, it's the same one as no, I'm fine if it has vocals, as long as the vocals are not like from like a famous track or anything, you know? So Raven, I'm not sure if you're in the chat. Let me know. Are the vocals in the track that you sent like from like a famous copyrighted track, or are they just vocals from a sample pack? Because then it's fine. And I'll just play the one with the vocals then. Okay. Let's see what we got. Angelite. This was for a video game, you said, right? this sounds amazing. I almost want to cry, mate. Oh, this sounds good. Oh, I like that little last chord change there. Yeah, I just didn't want to talk over that last bit, you know. What I find really interesting, because you obviously come from a Middle Eastern background, right? This actually, a lot of the intervals in the melodies sound so similar to what I hear in Japanese music, like from like Japanese composers. Like I listen to a lot of video game music from like Japanese composers and also film music, and there is a very distinct sort of like difference between how they compose music compared to like Western composers, or at least often you can hear it very clearly. And a lot of times when I hear like music from like Japanese films or Japanese game composers, I immediately, even if I don't know the composer or don't know the music, I'll immediately hear that they come from a Japanese background, because of the way of how they make their melodies, the intervals that they will use, and the changes that they will use. And this actually has a lot of that in it as well, for some cool reason. Like with Middle Eastern stuff, you usually hear a lot of like semitone intervals, right? That usually gives that really well. It uses a lot of that, but this, yeah, it really reminded me of that immediately, which is a good thing actually. Yeah, exactly. They do bigger leaps in the changes in the intervals in the melodies, whereas in like Western music, there's a lot more like following the scale in runs up and down to go from place to place. In like Japanese composed music, you'll hear it a lot where they don't shy away of going like a jump of a fourth or a fifth or a sixth, you know, making like bigger jumps, and that usually sounds really nice. It definitely gives it a different sort of like feel as opposed to what you'll hear a lot from Western composers. This is great though. This is amazing. It sounds really good. Definitely sounds like it could fit like a video game. I mean, even a jump of like a fourth or a fifth is pretty uncommon in a lot of Western composed music, to be honest. It happens, but most of the time there will be some kind of passing note in between, you know, even if it's very short, just to bridge that gap, right? It'll be like, oh, this is quite a big jump. Let's put in a little passing note so that it feels like it's not jarring or anything, even though it doesn't sound jarring when you don't do that, right? It just gives it a different feel. Yeah, I figured, Angelite, you're big on the physical modeling thing, right? I mean, it sounds really convincing, though. Like, physical modeling has come a really long way. I really like that section as well, and the strings, that... Ta-da-da. I love that repeated kind of motif there, that little repeated motif that repeats 3 times on, like, it sounds like 3 different instruments. Really cool. That's nice. That's a nice touch. And again there. Yeah, this instrument as well, like this section here just almost screamed Japanese composed to me. Like this could literally just be like I'm listening to the soundtrack made by a Japanese composer. It's kind of fun. Yeah, anime vibes as well, yeah. You'll hear the same kind of stuff in anime music as well. It usually has a pretty distinct kind of vibe. Although with like anime, they have this other thing which is really common in anime music or soundtracks, where they have this really well, like we have in Western music, right? In Western music, we have the 4-chord chord progression, right? There's like this combination of a couple of chords that are used so often in pop music that it gets to the point where it's so overused, right? And there's a similar thing in Japanese music as well. And in anime music, anime soundtracks, you can hear that a lot. They also have their own sort of like version of the 4-chord chord progression, which is different from the ones that you would hear in Western music, by the way. But they have the same thing as well, where it's a couple of chords that are used so often in different combinations that it kind of has a similar thing. Yeah. Yeah, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 3, 6. That's another one. Yeah. Whereas in Western music, most of the time they will use the 1. They will use the 1 chord. In a lot of Japanese music or anime soundtracks, they will not use the 1 for like most of the track, and just go for like indeed that 4, 5, 3, 6 or 4, 5, 6, 3. A combination of those chords a lot of times. Yeah, exactly. And you can hear it in not just anime music. You can hear it in idol music as well. By the way, like that's another thing that's very big in Japan, right? These idol bands, same thing there. A lot of them will do the same thing there as well. But to somebody from a Western background, it can still sound really refreshing, right? Because we're so used, or I'm so used to hearing like the standard Western chord progression, the 4-chord chord progression in pop music on the radio the entire fucking day. Even though I don't listen to radio a lot, but you can't really get around it. You're gonna hear that music anywhere. If you go to any fucking store, they're gonna have the most basic ass music playing anyway, and it's a lot of times just any sort of like safe pop music that you can find, right? So you're gonna hear it no matter what. But yeah, this definitely has that sound, and it sounds amazing. So good job. I'm definitely excited now to hear the other one that you sent, even though I have a rule of 1 track per person, but we'll move that one down to the end so that we play these other ones first. We have 1 track Raven sent, which is this one, and he said that one has a vocal, and I should play the one without the vocal to be safe. So let me just download that real quick. Let's see, Grainy Days, has he updated his track? That was the 1 track that was not downloadable. No? I fucking autoplay on SoundCloud, mate. Does anybody know? Can you turn autoplay off on SoundCloud? I'm gonna fucking Google it. Autoplay SoundCloud off. Yeah, it's literally... Okay, you can. First thing I'm gonna do right now. SoundCloud settings, playback. Okay. Settings. I hate that it does that, man. Wait. Playback. There is no playback section. Wait. What? I don't see it at least. I'm gonna investigate that after the stream because I don't like that autoplay stuff. Let me replace this one. So that should be the one without a vocal. Let's see, next one up. Dominus by Carter. I always struggle to pronounce a double A with an English accent. Zimmer-like chord progression here. Yeah, exactly. I was getting Hans Zimmer vibe as well from that chord progression. too much happening in this area. Too bright there, I think. Maybe tone it down a little bit. Sounds a lot cleaner. Even just a very little bit there. Overall, I think it's a nice vibe. I do think I would change a couple of things. This is 172. So, let's see. Drop is probably somewhere here. So, I think having that lead extend into the drop here and just playing over it the entire time, I think it actually takes away from the whole thing. I also think it sounds a little boring, that long lead note just extending the entire time. There's no real like movement happening in it, or no real like interesting things happening to it. So I actually think I would take that out and focus more on the bass here. Drums sound fine though. Like I'm taking out quite a bit here. Well, it's not that much actually. It's like 1.5, and this is 3 decibels. So that is also taking a bit out of the high end of the snare though. But I don't have access to the individual tracks, of course. So, but like overall, I think it sounds too bright in this area. I would just take it down a little bit. But only on like the sustained sound, like well, mostly that lead is really adding a lot in this area here. But you can hear, if we take that out, just ever so slightly, then it already cleans up that brightness a little bit. Yeah, this area, it's an area where things can start sounding harsh pretty quickly, and It definitely depends on like what you're listening to it as well. That's why I always advise to check on multiple different sort of like systems. If it's your speakers, maybe you have two pair of headphones, like an older pair and one that you're currently using. Always try check between different things because it can change how you hear things. But yeah, I do think I would take down a little bit here. One thing I would maybe try out here though, and we can check, I have this little rack here, so if I switch this to, which one was it? I believe it was this tonal chain. I can sort of like emulate the sound of a smaller speaker because it takes out the sub and some of the high frequencies, and I wonder how much of the bass we can still hear in this area. Yeah, now also seeing it right here on the frequency analyzer. The bass is basically just a sine wave. There's no harmonic on top of it. Like we can see it here. There's not really anything happening right above it. There's this thing, but that's the lead. That's the fundamental of the lead. Probably I would add like a little extra harmonic on top of the sub, because what that will do is it will make sure that on like a smaller set of speakers you will kind of hear that harmonic, and by that harmonic being there, it will still imply that there is bass there. Even though you don't hear the full bass, it doesn't sound like there's absolutely nothing, if you get what I mean. Whereas right now, because the sub is mostly just a pure sine, when you take that sub out, it just sounds like there's no bass at all. Right? So play around with like adding a little extra harmonic on top of the bass, and it can be something really simple, you know? Like if we're in Serum, in Serum is really easy actually. If we just clear all. So if you just have your sine wave, right? Boost that a little bit so we can hear it. Like if we now switch to that one as well, you don't hear it at all. There's basically nothing left. But if we add a little bit on top, so usually this one, so we get that, and then we switch to there. Let's see, you get that, and because of that, it will still imply that there is a sub bass there, even on smaller speakers. And that doesn't have to really take away from the track, to be honest, because you've got the space in the track. Like when I'm looking at the frequency analyzer, it's pretty clearly visible that you've got that space there. So why is pen not in here? Well, I guess we can just open up ProQ. So if this section hits. Oh wait, we're still on the smaller speaker chain. Like there's plenty of space here for you to have that extra harmonic. I mean, here there is something. Yeah, it was a different section, I believe. Because here you do have something on top of the sub. Here there is like some extra harmonics. which are more saw wave based, but there are extra harmonics. So I guess if we go to the tonal section here, they could maybe be a little bit louder. You can barely hear it, even though this cut is pretty drastic. But it does give a good impression of like what it would sound like on smaller speakers. But I believe it's this section. Like there is something there, but mostly right now it's just that lead being so dominant in the mix the entire time. That's the first thing I would probably take out a little bit, just getting rid of that lead a bit. And then there was another thing I was thinking of when I heard this, but I kind of forgot what I wanted to say. Like, if you want that lead in there, in this section at least, I would try and make the lead more rhythmic. So right now it's just a sustained note, but what if you have that lead follow the rhythm of what the bass is doing? Or what those chord steps are doing as well. Like basically just do like either maybe some filter movement on the lead or a volume movement that follows that same kind of rhythm, so that it kind of gels more with the rest of the track. Because right now it really just feels like there's a long sustained note on top, and it's there. But if it gets some movement that follows the bass or some of the other elements in the track, then it'll already feel more interesting. Yeah, I can hear there is some harmonic in there though. Like at first I thought there was nothing, but there is some. Now I listen closely, but I think maybe it could be a bit more upfront, a bit louder maybe, because you hear it when we take the sub out. It almost sounds like there's nothing left. So like maybe just a tiny extra sort of like boost on it would actually work. Now this would probably also boost other things in the track, so. It could probably be a little bit higher than what it currently is. So it just feels like it's a little too low in volume for that harmonic to really come through. Especially when it would be played on like a smaller speaker setup. Definitely try working on this area here, just taming that a little bit. But other than that, it sounds really nice. Other than that, the whole overall vibe of the track is really cool, and I definitely like it. It's just that a couple of little tweaks to the mix, but other than that, it's pretty good. So, nice job. Oh, the 770 actually have a very steep bell cut around that region. Yeah, I do believe they have, yeah. I'm not entirely sure if the 770s are the same as my 880s, but the 880s also had like a little dip in the frequency curve around like the, what is that range? What is it? 3K? 4K? Yeah, around 3K. That kind of area. This area. It has like a little cut in the frequency curve, and then above that it's actually boosted again. So like it would have like this little shape in the frequency curve, and I believe the 770s are similar. It has that kind of a shape, so it has like a cut, and then the highs are boosted again. And then, of course, there's also some boost happening around here in the low end to make it sound more interesting. And that's probably why you end up adding too much here, because you're making up for that. And that's why it's always good to... there's a couple of ways to get around it. One way would be to check on multiple different headphones. So, like, I don't really use them a lot, but I still have my old bass here, and I also still have my old AKG headphones. They're on the other side of the room, but I also still have those, and every once in a while I grab them to check something, you know? Because they simply have a different frequency curve, and therefore it would be giving me a better idea, or at least a different view on, like, what the track sounds like on, like, a different system. But another way, if you don't have access to like another set of headphones or another pair of speakers or anything like that, there's one other way of getting around it that's actually really easy, using reference tracks. So find music that you really like, that is mixed really well, that you can hear, you know, that just the mix sounds amazing, and that is within like a similar kind of genre. And then compare to that. And that will be a really good way as well, because most of the time you don't necessarily need multiple different headphones or multiple different listening setups. It helps, but you don't need it if you reference enough. Like, if you know what other good mixed music sounds like on your listening setup, you can make your music sound good. 3.5K to be exact. Yeah, exactly. Nice one, a bit repetitive to me. Yeah, well, I think that's the main thing that makes it repetitive right now is that long lead note. I believe that long lead note just makes it sound repetitive. And if you would do something more interesting with that, or replace it, take it out in certain sections, it would already give it more variety, you know. And maybe you need to do a little bit more to the bass in the section where there's no lead, but that long sustained note, like, you know, it is what it is, right? It's just a one long note, just doing nothing, just doing the same note for a really long session, and by definition that is repetitive, right? There's nothing really changing to it, and that is well, that will contribute to that repetitiveness a lot. Fun fact, the respace is literally an 808 sample with another sine wave causing phase cancellation. I'm not sure if that's the sound you're talking about, but like in drum and bass, a very often used sound is just two sine waves that are slightly different pitch. So you get the oscillation, you get the phase cancellation and that beating kind of sound, and then run through a bunch of saturation. That is in jungle drum and bass, in minimal drum and bass, in like heavier drum and bass. Maybe they'll add a little bit of noise in those genres, but that sound is used a lot in drum and bass. And it's for a good reason, you know, it sounds good. Most of the time it's combined with a bit of pitch movement, like a pitch bend or something like that, so that the oscillation speeds up and slows down. But it's a great sound, it works. Anyways, nice tune. If you do improve it, feel free to send it again in the next feedback stream. We got Grayscale. Another familiar name here. Let's see what he's been cooking. Also, that fucking horsefly bite is still fucking stinging like crazy. At least the swelling is gone. But every time I cross my legs, I can just feel it. I can't sit cross-legged right now. Stupid fucking fly. Maybe I should just put some more of that anti-insect bite stick on there. be a little louder. Yeah, I took that off. Let's see. Might want to take a little bit of sub from the kick when you do that though, because it starts pushing the kick a bit much, but I do think you could have a little bit more level on the master track. Just kind of boost it a bit, you know? Oh, you don't like the kick as well. Didn't say anything then about the kick. I like the groove of this though. I was actually gonna say something about the level of the sub and maybe using a little compression on it. There's a few areas here where the sub just gets quieter than during the rest of the drop. Right there. And you can definitely even that out with a compressor. For sure. Yeah, nice vibe. A bit of an old school vibe, but in a fresh way. So I like it. Yeah, like I said, there's a couple of areas where the bass just gets quieter, and you can kind of see it in the waveform as well. I think overall the bass could maybe just be a little louder. Like right here, the bass is quieter than in the section before it. See, there is still bass happening here, but it's quieter than here. And usually I feel like, especially in electronic music, the bass can be a little bit evened out. And like I said, that could definitely be done with a compressor. Just a compressor on the bass track, just squeezing the dynamic range down a little bit and then boosting the overall level again, so that you get to a sort of like a more consistent level on the bass. You don't want to completely squash it though, like you can do that as well, but that usually doesn't make it much better. But like just evening out it a little bit. Damn. Just evening out a little bit of that bass usually works pretty well. And you don't have to just squash all the life out of it, but just make it a little bit more consistent. And then I think that would also help by just raising the level of the bass ever so slightly, because I don't necessarily think you need a lot of like extra clipping or limiting on the master. I think the reason why I did that is mostly because the bass just is more quiet compared to a lot of the other things. So like, yeah, and by running it through the soft clipping here, it kind of boosts the sub and it clips off anything going over 0. So the final result of that would be that it actually decreases the dynamic range, even though it does it in a different way than a compressor. MPE is the MP is the what is it? What did it stand for again? Something polyphonic expression. It's basically the thing in Ableton where if you have like a MIDI note in here and you want to do a pitch bend or anything, you don't do it with the regular pitch bend, but you go in here and you can do it per note basically. And you can do all this kind of stuff, and you can do that for other parameters as well. That's what MPE is. So if you had a chord, for instance, you could have one note bend while the other one stays on the same pitch, because it will do this per note. See, this note is now going to move, and this note is still going to stay on the same pitch. So that's what MPE does. Only works with synths that have MPE, MPE in it. Like, not every synth supports it, but more and more synths do. Oh yeah, MIDI polyphonic expression, yeah. That's right. I mean, it's a great thing to use though for certain things. Like, let's say you have a minor chord and you wanna morph it into a major chord over time. You could do that. You could literally bend the third note up a semitone while the other two notes stay the same. Like back in the day, you would have to do that. You would have to do it across 3 tracks or 2 tracks. You would need to separate the note that you want to bend from the other ones and then do a pitch bend on that one. But now you can just do that in one clip. You can just have that running into an MP-enabled synth, like Serum, for instance, and just bend that one note. But it can also be cool for a lot of other things, you know? I do like this tune, though. Like I said, a bit of an old school vibe, but still with a bit of a slightly modern approach. But a lot of the sounds, like the sound selection, sounds really old school. And I think the groove is great. Like, it's definitely a head bobber here. I also love the weird little things happening in the sub every once in a while. Goes absolutely nuts in the pitch bend. But that's good though. Yeah, not really much else to comment, to be honest. I think it's a good track. It just could maybe be, like I said, the bass could maybe be a little bit louder, or just evened out a bit and then brought up, so it sounds a little bit more consistent. But again, that would also maybe take away from the more old school sound, because back in the day things were a little bit more inconsistent, and just the mix wasn't as polished as it usually is these days. So it kind of depends on the direction you want to take it. You definitely use pitch slides though. Yeah, totally. I can hear it as well, but you don't have to do that with MPE. You can also just have a monophonic patch and then draw in notes and just use the glide time. But MPE, I do agree with MPE. Even if you just use it for pitch bends on a bass, you get a lot more control than when you're using like a monophonic patch with like glide. And that's because you can literally you can draw in how long the bend is. You can change the curve and all of that, so you have a lot more control. So even if you're just doing like a bass line, I think I still like using MPE a lot for that kind of stuff. Not always, but sometimes when it wants it, then definitely would use that. Even if I'm not using a polyphonic sound, because you just get so much control. Like maybe one pitch bend up wants to be shorter than the other ones, and one wants to be more gradual, and then another one wants to be curved, and another one wants to be linear. And you don't have to go into the synth and like automate the curve of the glide or automate the glide time or anything. And you can actually visually see it. So you can make it exactly bend from that section to that section, or maybe the bend needs to end exactly on the snare, right? So you do get a lot of control with it, which is nice. I don't mind the kick drum, to be honest. Like maybe that's personal preference though, but like I don't mind the kick in this actually. I think the kick sounds pretty alright. Like there's maybe a little bit much in like some kind of an area where I would take it down a little bit, but it's gonna be hard to hear on like the full mix. Right here. So around 1000 hertz, somewhere around there, I would cut it a little bit on the kick. We'll make the kick a little bit more subby, or feel a little bit more subby, like just below 1000 hertz, somewhere around there. That's maybe the only thing I would change to the kick. It's actually something that I often have to do as well. Like when I make kicks, when I make a kick drum in Serum, and like process it, usually I get the some sort of area within the in the mid frequencies, and it can be sometimes it's a little lower, sometimes it's a little higher. It kind of depends on where the pitch curve of the kick starts. But there, I usually end up doing a cut in that range somewhere, in like from like what, like 500 hertz up to sometimes up to 2K. But somewhere in that range, usually I will end up doing a little cut on the kick to make it not feel as clicky is not the right word, because clicky would be because of really high frequencies. But just to tame it down a little bit, and by doing that, you actually make the sub feel heavier of the kick. But I think overall the kick itself is fine. I don't think I would necessarily change that. It has a weird clickiness to it I don't like. Well, yeah, that's like I said, clicky is maybe not the best word to describe it, because I would associate a clicky kick with something that has a really, really pronounced high-end click. And it's not necessarily the highs that are doing it, but more like the lower frequencies, or the lower frequencies, the mid frequencies, you know? and that's where I would do a little cut, like somewhere around 1000 hertz, maybe a little lower, depending on the kick. But yeah, I do that a lot on kicks as well. I don't know if I have... I do have a serum kick. Not sure if that one suffers from the same kind of thing, but most of the time when I design a kick from scratch in serum, I will have the same kind of thing. Not sure if this one does though, but... Okay, alright. Like this one might already have some on it. Actually, no. But usually when I'll design a kick from scratch in Serum, I always end up having to do something like that as well. This one isn't too bad actually, but... See, this one has it around here. So this one has it around 600. Where that sits. And by taking that down a little bit, you just make it sound a little better. But it's hard to hear without context. It all depends on the context of the entire track as well. I don't know what it is. Maybe, like, it's just a result of how I do my kicks usually in, like, Serum. Like, I definitely add a lot of, like, transient at the start to make it sound punchy, but then the result of that is that usually somewhere in the midst there is a frequency that just wants to be tamed down a bit, which is fine, you know, just have to be aware of it. Anyways, let's move on. Jump. We got oh, that was the track with the vocal, but I have the version without the vocal here, so we should be fine. Wait, let me check real quick. Do we still have stuff here? That's all turned off. I guess there's still... Yeah, let me turn that down. That's too loud. At least compared to the rest. Yeah, right now what this feels like is it feels like a track that just hasn't been properly mixed, but then has been pushed in terms of the level on the master, and that's kind of what it sounds like. Like some elements are poking out too much in terms of the level, like that clap in where was it? Somewhere here, just sounded a lot louder than the rest. Like right there, for instance. But yeah, it really feels like a track that hasn't been properly mixed and then just increased the level of it just to make it loud. I'm not sure how long you've been making music, because I do think there can be a bit more interesting sound design on this. Yeah, and here as well, like I can, the balance of a lot of the elements sort of like feel off. Like the ghost hits here just sound really loud compared to the rest. If that makes sense, like those ghost hits that came in, especially that one here, which makes sense because there's nothing else playing here. So what I suspect is happening is the bass is too loud to begin with, and it's hitting the limiter, and because of that, it's fine. Maybe it's not necessarily too loud, but the bass is hitting the limiter, and it's starting to fight with space with a lot of the other elements, and the result of what happens then is that everything sounds quieter. But then when there is a sound coming through and there's no bass playing, that sound suddenly becomes louder, and that's kind of what this feels like to me. Like, see how much that suddenly sticks out, that one sound there, that little ghost hit? And that's kind of what usually an effect of what happens when you have a track where things aren't necessarily given its own space too well. It's sort of like things are starting to fight for space in the mix. Was fully mixing with vocals, so I thought I pushed it to be more audible. Yeah, that could be the case as well. Like, it's hard to hear. If there's no vocal, of course, it's gonna sound different. And sometimes you'll have to push elements harder than or louder than what you would normally do, because they need to come through the vocal a bit, or otherwise the vocal masks the whole thing too much. That's also a thing that could happen. Yeah. It's your first week. Your first week of producing. I mean, you've got a long way to go then, but hey, if this is your first week, you're already doing better than what I did on my first week, so... You don't want to hear my first music. It sounded absolutely trash. Yeah, I also think it's just the changes are too abrupt. Like right now, for instance, here, this change here, it goes from that sound in the first section, which that main sound, that main sound that happens, not really a big fan of it. Like, the rhythm could be fine, like the rhythm at which that sound happens, but I think the sound itself just doesn't sound that interesting. But you know, it's fine if it's one of your first kind of tracks, then you know it's fine. You gotta learn from that, right? But then the change towards the next section happens really abruptly. So you could work on that, for instance, by working on the transition from the one section to another. So you could automate elements towards the end of the first section. So like maybe have a filter that starts closing down, like a low pass filter, or maybe a high pass filter that takes out low frequencies, and then when the next section hits, you bring it back to so that the sub comes back in, or you can take the drums out for a little bit, maybe add a drum fill instead of the main drum pattern, and just make a slight little change towards the end of a section so that it transitions into the next one. Doing such a thing will kind of let the listener know that something is about to change. That's the one thing it will do, but it will also help to kind of bridge two sections together, even if the two sections are quite different from each other, because this section is very different from this section, right? And because there's almost nothing happening that indicates that change coming, it feels like this comes in really abruptly. Whereas if there would be a bit of a transition there, whether that's with a drum fill, or you can have like a filter sweep, you can have noise coming up, and then you can have a riser. There's all kinds of stuff you could do, but all those things would have the same kind of purpose, and that is like doing or building up some tension, or like building up some kind of a just indicating that something is about to happen, right? Yeah, exactly, Angelite. Like, for the first 2 years of my production, I was just literally smashing sounds through distortion and just being like, what is mixing? What is an EQ? I didn't know. But yeah, same thing. For me, that was also pre-YouTube. So. And like also here, like there's some things happening where the arrangement-wise it feels a little weird. Like you have this section here, and then it changes to something else for just a little bit. And then the same thing comes back again. So here you're kind of doing a transition-ish kind of thing, where you're changing something up. You're so like giving it that sudden like variation of like, hey, the sound that we have here, the main sound, that main bass, is still there, but the drums change. So like it could indicate like, oh, something is gonna change, but then it goes back into what happens here, right? So it's kind of like you're doing the thing that you would do for like a change in like a tune, or like from section to section, but then there is no change, if you get what I mean. So it's a little bit of an odd sort of like thing to do arrangement wise. That's like a rap part of the OG song. Okay, well, I mean, I'm just commenting on what I hear now, right? But yeah, and this sound here, I would just get rid of it. That lasery sound, it's pretty annoying. Um, I mean, it's fine. It's not used for that long in the tune, but if that sound would be used as the main sound in the track for the entire duration of the tune, people would probably skip the track pretty quickly. It has a lot of high frequencies, first of all, but it's also a lasery kind of sounds. If they're used a lot, they tend to become really annoying really fast. You can use a lasery kind of sound, but usually it's used as like a little effects sound, just a little thing every once in a while. But if it's like used the entire time, like it is here, it becomes the main sound. Yeah, it becomes pretty annoying pretty quickly. Like in general, this section just has a lot of that frequency range that tends to be like this entire range here can be pretty harsh. And you definitely want to be careful with that. It's kind of the same range usually people speak of when a baby cries, you know? And there's a reason why we respond to that range of frequencies quite heavily, biologically ingrained in humans. But yeah, it's a region that you definitely want to be careful with. But still, like for a first sort of like week of producing, I wasn't even getting close to anything that sounded like a full drum and bass track when I was in my first week of producing. So you're already doing better than most people, I guess. Like the only thing I was doing in my first week was making like 8-bar loops, and they sounded like absolute dog shit. Not even close to anything that would resemble a full tune. I thought it was cool, but yeah, I'll choose better. I mean, that's what feedback streams are good for, right? Like, a lot of times when you're working on a track yourself, and this is something that I also get, this is something that every producer will get. Like, when you've been listening to a track that you're working on, first of all, you've made it. So there's already a sort of like a sentimental connection to whatever you're doing, right? Because, hey, it's my work, so you're already gonna feel better about it. And then, if you've also heard it for like hours straight, then there's going to be a point where it becomes harder to hear what is good and what is bad. That's the thing that everyone has, and that's why feedback, regardless of where it comes from, like it could be somebody that you know that makes music, or it could be a feedback stream like this, is always good, you know, because you'll get somebody else to listen to it and to tell you like, oh, that is something I would change. That is, you know, something that I don't like. And like I've had so many things where I worked on and I was like, oh, this sounds nice. But then when I send it to somebody that also makes music, he's like, dude, that sound there, I would remove that because that sound just doesn't work. And I would be like, oh, but I actually thought I thought that sound was cool. No, whatever DAW you use doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what DAW you use. Angelite is just messing around. It doesn't matter what DAW you use. What matters is that you know the DAW that you're using. And there's pros and cons to all DAWs, to be honest. Every DAW has its own plus, sort of like pros and other things that might be negative about it. And even that changes from person to person because it all depends on what workflow you like. Like I started on FL Studio, but ever since I switched to Ableton, I was like, why the fuck did I ever use FL Studio? You know? But for other people, it's the other way around. Like some people might be, you know, working on FL Studio and they're so used to it. They've been using it their entire life, and their entire workflow kind of revolves around how FL Studio is working. And then they move to Ableton, and then they're like, what the fuck is this? Like, I can't get anything done. The one thing with FL that was my main reason of not liking it, especially as you know, at first I didn't know any better. You know, when I used FL, I mean, there's a couple of reasons that I don't like FL. Doesn't mean that the DAW is bad, but there's a couple of reasons. Like, at first I didn't know any better, but then when I switched to Ableton and I learned Ableton for a little bit, I quickly realized why FL just didn't gel with me. Like FL, it has a bit of an odd way of doing a lot of things. Like the way of how it handles like every sound, you need to assign it to a mixer track, and if you even want to put like an effect on it, for instance, which kind of makes sense, but it also doesn't, which is hard to describe. But like back in analog days, so back before people used computers, you would have to route a sound through a mixing desk to be able to even hear it, right? If you were working on a track, you would have a mixing desk with different channels, and you would hook up the instruments that you're using in your track to the mixer so that they're all on an individual channel. And that's kind of what FL is doing. It just, you know, you need to do that manually. Whereas in Ableton, if you make a track, like you just make a MIDI track, you put an instrument on it, and then immediately that is also your mixer track, where you can put your effects right after it. Now, there's pros and cons to that as well, because in FL you can do routing things that would probably be a little bit more difficult to do in Ableton. You could still do it in Ableton, but it would just be a little bit more difficult, because it's probably not the most common thing to do. But I would rather see a DAW that actually, you know, just make stuff for me right away. Like if I make a MIDI track, I can put an instrument on there and put effects on it right after the instrument. And if I want to do some crazy routing, I can still do that. But I don't like that you have to do that all by yourself in FL for everything you add. And the other downside of that as well is that if you don't organize your project in FL, it tends to get really messy really quickly. So, for instance, if you have that playlist view, right? Like in Ableton, if you have an audio track, you might make one audio track for like a snare drum, for instance, and all of those snares are going to be on the same track. So they're all going to be in line with each other. But in FL, you can drop them all over the playlist. It doesn't really matter. You can drop them on any track in the playlist. So unless you specifically keep things tidy, it becomes a mess really fast, and it becomes kind of difficult to see what it is. And you'll get one of those. You see them sometimes, those screenshots of people that have made a screenshot of their entire track, and the playlist is just filled with all kinds of stuff. Yeah, there's like I said, there's good things and bad things about it, and it all depends on your workflow as well. I don't even know how long I've been doing music stuff. Like I haven't been on it like fully the entire time. Like I've had periods where I did more, where I did less, periods where I almost did nothing, and then periods where I was completely obsessed. But for the definitely last 10 years, I've been a lot more busy with music stuff, even longer than that, I guess. But the first time I ever did something with music must have been around the age of what, 12, 13, something like that. That's when I got my first computer, and it had Magic's Music Maker. So that must have been like the first time I actually messed around with some music kind of stuff. So that's already more than 20 years ago. Yeah, doing sidechaining in FL is a little weird. I agree. There's also multiple ways of doing it. but it's kind of weird of how it works. And that's in general, like a lot of things in FL are just kind of weird, to me at least, because I come from like Ableton now. Even though I started with FL, but the things that I did on FL back then didn't really involve a lot of like crazy mixing stuff or like crazy things that you would do with electronic music. Like I would use it to make hip hop beats, you know, and that was all a lot more straightforward. And even back then, the hip hop beats that I made weren't even that crazy either. So you know, it was usually just the project would only get up to maybe what like 20 tracks or something, you know. You didn't really need much more than that. Just you needed a good drum loop, a good sample, and then a bass line, and that would kind of be it. So let's check out the last one, which is another one by Angelite, and I'm gonna make that the last of the stream because I need to go take a break as well, and I need to piss again as well, so good time. I might not give too much feedback on this one, but I do want to check it out because the first one was pretty good, so let's have a little listen. Vibes on this one than the other one. Is that a key change? What is the vocal? It sounds oddly familiar. Is it one of those Clara contact libraries or not? It really sounds cool here though. I thought I recognized that voice. I mean, there's a couple of different ones, of course. She's done a couple of different content libraries, but yeah, the resound's really nice. I mean, overall, this sounds good. Yeah, again, sounds pretty good to me. Yeah, I thought I recognized the Clara contact library. I mean, I use them a lot as well. To be honest, if I need something epic, I use them. I use them a lot too, because they're good. You know, she has a good voice, and she has that sort of like that epic kind of sound. A couple of ones I like though from her. Don't like all of them. I tend to use the Gold 2.5 quite a bit. It just sounds really good. I believe this was the last one she did, but that one just sounds really nice. It just always has that like epic sound. It works really well. And there's one other one that I like a lot as well, which is the Sahara Voices one. Which, if you need something that really sounds epic and has a bit more of that kind of Middle Eastern sound, that sounds really nice too, that one. That's another one that I often like to use from her. But it has only 2 articulations, whereas the gold one has like the the A and the O sounds as well, and I believe the sounds as well. So it has like a couple of more articulations. Is there a Ghost in the Shell one? If you want to get the sound of the Ghost in the Shell choir, then I need to go somewhere else because I have those stored somewhere else. Right here. You wanna get the Rhodope 2 by Strays of Sampling, which is a Bulgarian choir, which is basically the sound that the Ghost in the Shell soundtrack used. It's kind of like the composer of Ghost in the Shell wanted the sound of a Bulgarian choir, but he didn't have the money or didn't have the means to get a Bulgarian choir, so instead he hired a Japanese choir and he instructed them to sing like a Bulgarian choir. So that's what that sound came from. And that one just sounds closest to it. There isn't really any library that does that exact sound for that reason, you know, because the lyrics of the sound of the choir in Ghost in the Shell are in Japanese, but the sound is Bulgarian. The style of singing. Yeah, the words, the lyrics of the choir are Japanese, but the style that it's sung in is more of a Bulgarian choir style. Like there's actually this one choir in Bulgaria called the Mystery Voices of Bulgaria, which is a really good example of like that style of singing. They've done like multiple albums. Not necessarily gonna play it on stream. But if you want to hear more of what that style of singing would actually sound like, you can check that out. And it immediately will give you that same kind of sound, even though it is obviously sung in like Bulgarian and not in Japanese. But you can hear the similarities very well. I believe they're called well, the English translation would be the Mystery Voices of Bulgaria, but let's see. What was the? Oh yeah, Le Mystère des Voix Bulgares. Here. That's usually how the name of the choir is written, but that translates to the Mystery Voices of Bulgaria. And it's basically a tradition. It's basically a Bulgarian choir that has basically that sound. I believe that's also the choir that the composer of Ghost in the Shell, Kenji Kawai, was inspired by. I think at least. And it wouldn't surprise me if he wanted to have that choir, but he couldn't. It's actually really interesting music. The Bulgarian and in general Slavic music, the choir music and the singing that they do is really interesting. They have like all these. There's a lot of so like interesting voice leading in between the choir. Like the singers will be singing. Usually they are made up out of quite a few members actually. It's not like a choir of like 2 or 3 people most of the time. It's quite big choirs, and then there's often multiple singers within it that will do like. There's usually a couple of singers that do like the more like just a straightforward the chords, the underlying chords, and sing the individual notes of the chords. But there's usually 1, 2, or sometimes even 3 singers that will do melodies within that. And it creates all these really interesting dissonant sounding sort of like chords because of the melodies that are going on in the chords itself by those other couple of singers that are, I guess, more like the lead singers within the choir. And it creates a lot of dissonance, which is really cool. And they have a lot of music on YouTube as well. So I believe, oh yeah, this channel, Bulgarian Folk or Bulk Folk, I guess, basically has all of their albums or the most famous ones on it in playlists, and you can just check them all out. And you'll definitely hear quite a few samples that people have used in tracks. I mean, this stream is gonna get fucking copyright claimed anyway, so it doesn't matter. Here. Yeah, like I said, they've been sampled a lot. But you can hear as well the similarities to the choirs in Ghost in the Shell. Has a very similar sound. But then you have like the Kenji Kawai Ghost in the Shell one, which is more like a Japanese choir, and damn, that quality is low. 360p, holy shit. You can kind of hear the similarity. He definitely was inspired by the Bulgarian sort of like choir. I know he was, but Still one of my favorite soundtracks of all time. I can also really advise to check out the full performance of this live show. By the way, Kenji Kawai Cinema Symphony. I believe that's the name of the show. Kenji Kawai is a composer from Japan, and he's done like so many Japanese movies, anime, video games, and he did this whole like live performance where they performed like music that he composed, and it's filled with like all kinds of music that he did, not just the Ghost in the Shell stuff. And it's an amazing performance to watch. Like he himself definitely copyright claimed now. Yeah, exactly. But this stream was already gonna get copyright claimed, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, Kenji Kawai is amazing. He's actually a guitarist. He plays a lot of guitar, even on the soundtracks that he does in this live performance as well. And yeah, he's amazing. He's one of my favorite Japanese composers. I'm not sure if it's the name of the performance. He also looks like a total mad lad. Oh yeah, this one. This is the concert. It's 2.5 hours long, from 2007. It's basically just a gigantic long concert where they performed a lot of his music. But yeah, he also did like the theme of Pat Labor, which is like an older anime movie that was pretty well known. He did the music for the original Ghost in the Shell, Ghost in the Shell Innocence, but also like a lot of just regular live action movies. Guns opening, did he do that as well? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me if he did. Kenji Kawai. We got a Wikipedia page. I mean, here. There we go. Devilman, Mobile Police, Pat Labor, Ranma as well. Blue Seed. Ghost in the Shell, of course. Rave Master. Ghost in the Shell 2. Starship Operators, Fate Stay Night. He did so many things. Higurashi, of course. I forgot about that one. Mobile Suit Gundam, the Skycrawlers, Eden of the East. He did some really big stuff. Free Cyborg. Barakamon. Will Trigger. A lot of well-known animes, actually. Mob Psycho. And he's still going strong. No Guns Life. And then, of course, he did a lot of films as well. Oh, he did the soundtrack to The Ring and Ring 2 as well. Like the Japanese versions of The Ring, the originals, not the remakes that they did in the Hollywood. Or was that Hollywood? Or was it just Western made? I don't know. Avalon. The Death Note movie as well. He did so many things. Oh yeah, Guns. But that's the live action. Yeah, so he did the live action of Guns as well. And then video games. He didn't do too many games, I believe. Just a couple, but... yeah, definitely a great composer. Yeah, I believe he did do. I believe that list isn't fully complete either. But yeah, he did also some Satoshi Kon's work. I mean, there's a lot of great anime composers. Don't get me wrong. What was his name? Joe Hishashi. I don't know. I'm too bad with names, but there's quite a few good composers. But Kenji is one that I've always loved his work of, and I've heard so many of his soundtracks over the years. So yeah, it's definitely one I would come back to listening every once in a while. Hisashi, yeah, right, that was it. He did a lot of the Ghibli stuff, right? Which honestly, I'm not a big one on the Ghibli animes. Like they're good, animation is amazing, but I'm not too big on them, to be honest. But the soundtracks are also amazing for that. Like I was always more into the more darker anime kind of stuff, and while some Ghibli stuff can still have a pretty dark undertone, not all of it, of course, but some do. Um, it most of the time I just wasn't too big on it. Um, but yeah, that's whatever, you know. I've seen most like horror anime, or like at least the horror anime that have like a really darker vibe. And then of course a lot of sci-fi anime. Um, I grew up watching a lot of what was it, 80s and 90s, sort of like science fiction anime, which I still like to this day. So, anyways, thanks for being here. I'm gonna have to quit because I need to piss like crazy. So thanks for being here. Next week we'll do some production again, and I'll do another one of these feedback streams next month. So if you wanna tune in for the next one, join the Discord. Link will be in the chat. Oh, let's close that down. I have the other one. So join the Discord if you haven't yet, and if you want, you can support me on Patreon. I'll cool, 3 tracks incoming. I mean, as long as you donate, then we can make an exception, you know. No, thanks for being here, guys. It was a pleasure again. I always like listening to you guys' music. So I guess we'll do the this one as an outro, and I'll see y'all in the next one. Cheers.